Good morning and welcome to our Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start with a call to order with roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor District 1, Jesus Eduardo Escobar.
Good morning.
Supervisor District 2, Marta Cardenas Singh.
Good morning, present.
Supervisor District 3, Chairwoman Peggy Price.
Good morning, present.
Supervisor District 4, Ryan Elliott Kelly.
Here.
And Supervisor District 5, Don Hawk.
Here.
Okay, this morning with our special presentations, we have a proclamation declaring June 2026 as Men's Mental Health Month. Please join me down in front of the dais for this presentation. Thank you.
Great.
Everyone looks so spiffy today. Wow. Must be a good Tuesday.
Everything could be over.
Board, Chairwoman. Proclamation of the County of Imperial Board of Supervisors proclaiming the month of June 2026 as Men's Mental Health Month. Whereas mental health is a critical component of overall health and well-being, affecting individuals, families, and communities throughout the Imperial County. Whereas nationally, men died by suicide at significant higher rates than women, accounting for approximately 3 out of every 4 suicide deaths in the United States. Whereas depression, anxiety, substance use disorder, and untreated trauma remain significant public health concerns among men, particularly when left unaddressed due to lack of early intervention. Whereas Imperial County recognizes the importance of encouraging prevention, early intervention, and access to mental health resources for men and boys of all ages. And whereas local organizations, healthcare providers, schools, faith-based institutions, and community partners play a vital role in supporting mental wellness and expanding outreach efforts. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Imperial County Board of Supervisors does hereby declare the month of June 2026 as Men's Mental Health Awareness Month in the Imperial County. Be it further proclaimed that the County of Imperial encourages all residents, public agencies, schools, and communities, organizations to engage in activities and initiatives that promote mental health awareness, reduce stigma, and connect individuals to available mental health resources. Be it further proclaimed that the County of Imperial reaffirms its commitment to supporting mental health services, prevention programs, and outreach efforts that improve the well-being of men and boys in the region. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Imperial, during a regular meeting on the 2nd day of June 2026 by an affirmative roll call vote. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 4?
Yes.
And District 5?
Yes.
Chairwoman Price, members of the board, I've become an expert of coming over here to the recognition. So it's one of the awards that we're doing. My name is President of the Rotary Club of Calexico. I'm my second year, consecutive year, in July 1st. So part of my presidency is become promote mental health. I'm part of the mental health board of the San Diego Imperial County, which is called the Rotary Action Group on Mental Health Initiative, District 5340. So I represent Imperial Valley. So the voice of Imperial Valley has been magnified at the district level, 5340 San Diego Imperial County. Within the Teen Dating Violence, last year the men's mental health, and again the men's mental health. So this is a resolution that we're going because men's mental health is not very known about because men do not seek the support that they need. They think that tough it up is enough. So that's been the culture. So we want to let men know that seeking help and expressing their emotions is not a sign of weakness; it's a sign of strength. So I would like to invite the board and everybody in the audience and the community to join us on June 8th at the Camarena Memorial Library in Calexico, 850 Encina for a men's mental health, event where Brandon Brown, President Josh will be there, but Brandon will be the keynote speaker. And after Brandon is going to be a panel conducted in Spanish by Nami of Imperial Valley. So right after Brandon, there's going to be one, so it's going to be in English and Spanish. So, Brandon, can you tell us a little bit about your?
Yes, 3 hour speech for the next 5 minutes. So pretty much what it is, a lot of times, we have an issue, we have problems, we talk about problems. And for the whole point of this keynote speech is we want to talk about solutions, and we want to talk about recovery and resiliency. So not only to have men understand that it's not a sign of weakness, it's actually a sign of strength. One reason why it's a sign of strength is because most individuals feel the pressure of being concerned about what other people would think, and to not care what people think and to be concerned of your own mental health does take strength to step out and to take that leap. So not only do we want to break that stigma and discrimination, I'm there to speak about the steps that they can take to do that, and that the 3 different pillars of resiliency that they can put into their lives to help them get to that point to recover their resiliency and to remain strong and to be healthy.
So, thank you very much, Paul. And I'm not sure if Paul will be the host. Because last year you were the host of the event.
I'm happy to do so, and I do want to promote this to Mark Mexico so we can take a picture of this and shout out to Mario. And also I want to be very clear that Mario is our president and we will continue to be our president. Just wait for Cynthia with the phone. Hello. Looking straight at the lens on 1, 3, 2, 1. Let's do one final one. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And you guys,
Congratulations on your initiative and bringing awareness to mental health. See you Saturday. I can't go to.
No public comments, Chair.
Thank you. So I need a motion to convene to closed session. I have a motion by Supervisor Hawk, seconded by Supervisor Escobar. Please vote. Motion passed. We will convene to closed session and reconvene to open at 10 a.m. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to our 10 a.m. session of the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, June 2nd, 2026 meeting. We'll start with invocation with Mr. Dale Stout. If you'd come forward, please.
Good morning. I think I broke it. Sorry about that. Let's pray together, shall we? Father in heaven, it is good to be able to invoke you into this session, to ask your blessing over this deliberative body and upon this chamber today. God, we acknowledge today that there is so much confusion and chaos and incivility in our world. But Lord, we're asking that perhaps today that would not be the case in this room, but instead, Lord, that there would be a calm and peaceful, deliberate way in which these matters are approached, those things that concern our community. We're grateful, Lord, for those that have committed themselves to serve in this capacity, and so we pray your blessing over each supervisor today and over every individual who is bringing a concern before this committee. God, may they also know that they are being heard. And Lord, we just pray that that you would again add your blessing to all of these discussions today, and the things that will be spoken of, the things that will be decided, Lord. May they be done in such a manner that would be pleasing to you. And we ask these things, Lord, in the most precious name that we know, in the name that is above all other names, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. For the Pledge of Allegiance, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to start with public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any subject matter within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on the agenda. Any action taken as a result of public comment shall be limited to direction to staff. When addressing the board, state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Please address the board as a whole through the chairwoman. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Groups or topics will be given a maximum of 15 minutes. Public comments will be limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. If additional time is required for public comments, they will be heard at the end of the meeting. Please remember to follow the public comment code of conduct. No profanity or obscenity, yelling or screaming, no slander or defamatory statements, no personal threats or attacks, no hateful or demeaning language based on hate of a person's race, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, national origin, or disability. Respect all people that are present or watching. Obey the direction of the chairwoman and clerk of the board. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Chair. Our first speaker is Peter Rodriguez.
Good members of the board and the audience. Today's election day. Today's the day we get to make change in our community. I'd like to praise your election office for the outstanding job they've been doing. I had been in their office once because I received a second ballot because I renewed my driver's license, and it was handled very professionally. And there's one thing I want to say about them. There's been someone campaigning here, a voting center. State, county law says 100 feet. City of El Centro says you're on city property, city orders. Different rules, different playbooks. You got to know the rules of the game. Obviously, this individual has been testing the rules of the game. No offense to the election office or to the county. When an individual is doing that and mocking the system, they need to be called out. And yes, I've been calling. Yesterday I did call because they announced they're on city property. Again, they've been cited 4 times. This time they sent 4 police officers. Now they can't get the message straight after yesterday, and today they don't deserve to be in office. But today is the praise for the election office, is for them, for the leadership they have, the staff that's working, that's saying, I'm grateful for people in the community stepping up and holding the fort under situations of election. Everyone's excited. I know I am. I know I've promoted candidates for the right reasons. I promoted candidates because they needed promotion. They needed some assistance. And it's what everyone did. So don't say I favor one or the other. It's your right to promote your candidate. This is called America. In the county of Imperial, we're trying to do better. The voting center, I think, has been a great option. I get great feedback. And they ask me where to go, I give them the direction. People have contacted me last week. I've had over 75 individuals contact me personally. Where do I go? I live here. So I told them where to go. But you want to get a better service, you come to the main building, drop it off, end of story. You don't got to go inside if you completed the ballot. So it's been outstanding being a representative of the true democracy of the system that we have. Each and every one in this room should vote, because I don't want to hear I didn't vote yesterday or tomorrow comments, because then you have no really voice. Your vote is a voice, people. It's up to you to make a choice. It's up to you to stand up for what believes in right, in our right to live in this county free. Stand tall, stand brave, stay frosty. Thank you.
Next speaker, Christopher Scurry.
All right, good morning, board. I'd like to echo my friend's thoughts on democracy. It is a great day for democracy. So anyway, my name's Chris Scurries. I live in the city of Imperial. I like to, you folks talk a lot about the rules of law around here. That's been going around lately. And I'd like to add something to that conversation because I think it's important. Starting with Mr. Escobar, you said a couple weeks ago with the lot merger vote, you shielded yourself from the law. I want to ask, what do you know about following the law? What do you know about, was the $830,000 consent item that this board approved to hire an outside accounting agency necessary because someone up here followed the law or because someone didn't follow the law? How many more taxpayer dollars need to go to litigation to fight for your mistakes? We come to you concerned with that lot merger, and I know I expressed, and others as well, that by approving it that day, you'd be piecemealing the project, which, as you guessed it, was against the law. And now the Sierra Club has validated those concerns by entering the fray against this data center by suing the county, but you already knew that. Government Code 65858 can place a 45-day moratorium, it would need a 4/5 vote, on all data centers, including the one on 8th and Clark, the one next to my house, Mrs. Price. That needs to happen today. And that 45-day period needs to be used to ban data centers altogether. I was already threatened with litigation for trying to place a ban on these projects, and it's your turn again. And that way, our taxes will go to something that will benefit this county. The time for compromise was a long time ago. We called ourselves NIMBY. Not in my backyard. That's what we said. Just put it somewhere, but not here. But we're past that now because you continue to disrespect us, our families, with these types of decisions. So it's not about not being in my backyard. These just need to go away.
You don't get a data center. You get nothing now. We were willing to talk about this early on, and now we're almost 7 months in. I will relinquish the rest of my time.
Next speaker is Susan Farrar Paradis.
Good morning. I'll just get right to my point first. Mr. Hawk and Mr. Escobar, I wish you the best of luck in this election. I encourage everyone to vote. It is important. For months, the community and the people have been speaking out against the data center, specifically the Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing Data Center. Recently, the cities are taking a stand, as everybody knows, and for months we have been speaking in public comment with no feedback. I understand the process. You can't provide feedback. So I am at the point now where, and this is me personally, I've not talked to anyone about this decision, where I have submitted a request for an agenda item for the June 16th board meeting for the board to take action and vote on a moratorium. Because I feel I need to know where you stand. Where do you stand on it? I don't know. Some of you, it appears as if you have been maybe changing your position, but I just really want to know, and I feel the community probably wants to know. So I have submitted that request. I look forward to presenting on that day. With respect to the lot merger vote, all of you gave your reasons on why you voted the way you voted. The majority of you stated you're upholding the law. Mr. Hawk, you went on to say, I took an oath to uphold the law and the Constitution of the United States. And I'm going to be honest, it's been over 50 years since I learned the Constitution of the United States, so I looked it up as a refresher. It all came back, and to be honest, it was the School of Rock that went through my mind, you know, the School of Rock on Saturday mornings. But I would like to read this for you to just maybe as a refresher. It says, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States. We are not in domestic tranquility right now. We do not feel that our welfare is being promoted.
Paradis, your 3 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you. God bless. Have a blessed day.
Next speaker, Jake Tyson.
I'm not able to see that.
Okay, good morning, board, Madam Chair. I'm Jake Tyson. I got 4 things to talk about. It's been a long 2 weeks. Okay, the Sierra Club is now suing over the illegal lot merger vote that we had here on April 7th, line item 17, part 3. The exact issue I warned this board about. My cure and correct demand was a lifeline, and I told this board that, for this county to fix this violation before the damage got worse. Well, the damage happened. You know, more money's going out the door. Government Code Section 54960.1 requires the legislative body within 30 days of receiving a cure and correct demand to either cure or correct the challenge action or notify me in writing of its decision not to cure and correct. Your silence does not erase the Brown Act violation. It shows the public exactly what we already know. This county continues to ignore the residents while pretending to do the public's business. Number two, Senator Padilla helped secure a $10 million Lithium Valley grant, and my CPRA request has now gone unanswered for months. Why has it taken 7 months to show the public how that money was spent? How do you lose track of $10 million? So once again, you're ignoring me the same way you ignore the Cure and Correct letter. Number three, Derek Desert's signature appears on documents tied to the LLC pushing a second data center in Supervisor Price's district. The Mesquite Lake Data Center appears connected to Tim Kelly and Allison Miola. Supervisor Ryan Kelly, they are your cousins, right? Yes, they are. Great. And where does the IID candidate Carlos Duran fit in all this? Well, Derek Desert owns the Airbnb Carlos Duran is using to place himself inside the district to qualify as a candidate for IID director, a position that could influence the water and power decisions these data centers will need. So the public deserves to know, is Carlos Duran actually living there, or is this just a temporary address to qualify for the election? If he loses, is he staying there, or is he moving back to Calexico? And number four, Imperial County's budget is what? It's about $755 million, and it relies heavily on federal funding, local assistance, and tribal consistency funds. While fire protection and emergency services are already underfunded. So, yet this board continues pushing industrial-scale data centers that would increase risk, increase demand on emergency services, exposes taxpayers to more litigation. The longer this board executive staff and planning leadership remain in place while ignoring the public, ignoring legal warnings, and ignoring agency concerns, the deeper this hole gets. So,
Tyson, your 3 minutes are up.
Great. We just probably need to think about this.
Next speaker, Christian Salgado.
Okay, I can get started? Okay, hello, good morning. I'm gonna take a deep breath because I'm not sure entirely how I'm gonna address this comment. But because many residents remain unaware that Imperial County is home to one, I believe it's about 8 now in California, immigration detention facilities in California. We house in Calexico the Imperial Region Detention Facility. I came here today to discuss several issues, but I thought I would take my time to raise the matter and that it deserves from more public attention and accountability from this board. For more than a decade, the owners of the Imperial Regional Detention Facility have benefited from what many would consider a deeply troubling misuse of the California welfare exemption. Since 2014, the facility's ownership structure through the Brawley Community Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit with the leadership of Tim Kelly, has reportedly allowed the facility to avoid paying millions of dollars in property taxes that would otherwise support local schools, public safety, infrastructures, and essential county services. Let me be very clear. A privately owned ICE detention center is not charity. A facility that profits from the detention of immigrants should not be receiving tax benefits intended for organizations that provide genuine charitable services to the public. The welfare exemption was created to support hospitals, homeless shelters, educational institutions, and other nonprofit organizations serving the public good, not detention centers generating revenue from federal contracts. I'm encouraged that the California Board of Equalization has begun scrutinizing this issue, but residents deserve answers from the board. I have some questions that I hope can be addressed today. What actions have the County Council and the Assessor's Office taken to address this matter? Has the county evaluated the financial impacts that this tax arrangement has had on local taxpayers over the past decade? If the exemption is ultimately determined to have been improperly granted, what remedies will be pursued moving forward? Imperial County residents deserve to know why a private detention facility has been allowed to avoid contributing to its fair share to the community for so many years. I urge the Board of Supervisors to publicly address this issue and provide residents with clear explanations of how the county intends to move forward. I have a little bit. At the time when the federal government is pursuing increasingly aggressive immigration enforcement policies, communities like ours are being asked to bear the consequences. So please, I hope the board takes this comment very seriously and addresses this issue, including County Council. Thank you.
Next speaker, Brendan Brown.
Good morning. I'm Brendan Brown. I am the founder and director of Reps for Vets. Those of you that don't know me, we run a combat veteran-ran nonprofit here in the Valley. We fight against veteran suicide through fitness and faith. We've had 200 graduates of the program, and we've intervened and prevented 30 suicides here in the Valley, mostly veterans, but some even law enforcement and first responders. June is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. I served in the Army for 8 years, earned my sergeant stripes in Afghanistan at the age of 23, had a rough transition. My heart is in this. We've developed a program called Roofs for Recovery. We have 6 trailers that we got from the county. We have had them renovated by a private donor. We invested $25,000 into these trailers. We're going to put them on Desert Trails Golf Course. We had IID donated a year's worth of utilities to us because we don't actually have any funding to pay for the rent of these trailers. The 6-month program is veterans come into the program. We connect them to behavioral health. We connect them to SUD to get them detoxed off of drugs. We then connect them to VSO to get them financial support for their VA ratings. We then put them through our 12-week wellness program to help them maintain sobriety and to have healthy coping mechanisms for PTSD, depression, and anxiety. Sorry, I had to run from like 3 blocks to get here in time. And then I'm not a cardio guy. I'm a pick it up, put it down kind of guy. So we help them with connect to mental health, get sober, 12-week wellness program, get their VA ratings, and then we connect them to job certificate training courses to get their CNA, truck driver, guard card. And once they get their VA rating, it could take 6 to 12 months. They graduate our program. We connect them to a 2-year rental assistance program that covers up to 50% of their rent. We do follow-ups at 18 months. As long as they've been good stewards, we then connect them to a veteran real estate agent to help them use a VA loan to buy a home. We're going to put these trailers on Desert Trails Golf Course. We were supposed to launch today. At the last minute, they decided not to do it because of concerns of the snowbirds from Canada. And it's getting hot out there. So we need help finding some land to put these trailers. We just need electric and water hookups. We could temporarily do above ground septic tanks and get them cleaned out so we don't need plumbing. We need help with the land. We've been working with the city of El Centro trying to identify land, but the issue that we're having is to have 5 RVs on land. You have to be an RV park, and to be coded for that, you need 5 acres. Our 1-year plan is we would love to have 5 acres and do more permanent housing, but we want to start small with these 6 trailers, help these guys out, show the need, and then file for grants down the road. So just want to put that out there, that we have the need. It's getting hot. There's 41 homeless veterans here in Imperial County. Imperial County has 6,500 veterans, about 10% at risk of being homeless. So thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Diana Salcedo.
Mr. Brown, before our next speaker, please.
I know you guys are allowed to ask questions, so come back.
No questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to be giving staff direction to work with you on some of the issues that we hopefully can help resolve.
Awesome, great. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your time. Thank you.
Next speaker, Diana Salcedo.
Good morning, everyone.
Ms. Salcedo, can you turn on your microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Salcedo. I came here today because I wanted to let you guys know, well, you probably already know, that Calapat, Brawley, and Imperial is going to do a moratorium as well as Calexico. So what I'm saying to you, that this Imperial County is speaking very loudly. They're asking you to stop. Listen. So I'm asking you to put this on the November ballot for Imperial County to vote on these AI data centers. Thank you.
Next speaker, Idle Burden.
Good morning, all. Pretty good attendance this morning. Okay, I think I'll start off with water. Now, it's a subject that's been ignored in this county. I look at the levels of Lake Mead, Lake Powell, our drought. Our water, access to water is depleting by the day. It's not ever going to get any more. We may have rights to this water that are grandfathered in and in front of everybody. I heard Palo Verde is possibly in front of us. But I know for a fact that when you've got no water, 50% of that is nothing. So whatever you want to parcel out or say that we have to distribute to the rest of this country for a hub for a data center, it's not realistic. It's not. I've been driving by Lake Mead since the 70s. I'm from Idaho. I've watched the West develop my whole life. We are at a point where we're not going to recover, and everybody's acting like it's just a temporary thing. I hear that we've got all this water to give to these projects that you want to put in, and I'm speaking specifically to the data center. I do not know how you calculate that. Even if you're talking reclaimed water that they can take for their system, we're going to need that. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but data don't eat. You can't be eating data, right? So if we've got water that we need to parcel out, we need it to be a benefit to us, not some far-flung hub for a data center. They're talking Mexico to San Diego to here, and we're going to be in the middle of it. You're talking about training for people in this valley, and I'm going to switch subjects a little bit, that train people for a data center that's going to deplete our resources. There are 100 jobs that they're promising out of this data center, right? And it's never fulfilled. These promises of employment, they're never fulfilled. It just doesn't happen. So if you've got 100 jobs and you're training for these people to get jobs in the data center industry, where are they going to work? Have you got 4 or 5 more that you're planning on training people to work at? I don't understand where you think we've got any employment benefit coming from a data center. We have no people that are educated to work in that data center at this time. How long does it take to train people to do that? We don't have the time. The whole concept of the employment benefits, it's gone as well. Now, the zoning process, I've been thinking about your zoning problem. You say that you're adhering to zoning that has been done, what, 20 years ago for data centers? How many years ago did you establish data center criteria? I think 2017, maybe? That's nearly 10 years ago.
Ms. Burden, your 3 minutes are up. Next speaker, Sky Ainsworth.
Good morning, County Supervisors. I'm Sky Ainsworth, community organizer, resident of El Centro. I come to speak to you today, a couple things. First, I'm hearing from fairly reliable sources in about 3 weeks, give or take a week, fuel prices are going to go up. Right now, fuel prices, they're a little bit higher, but that price is being mitigated by the National Reserve being released. But the supply and demand is not matching up. So just to give you a fair warning that 3 weeks, give or take, there's going to be a significant change. And concerning Brandon Brown's and the looking for a place, I've been reaching out. When I learned about this a couple weeks ago, I've been reaching out and to government officials and staff city leaders. I'm not hearing any response back, so I think it's going to have to be a private, donors in response to that. Concerning what I wanted to speak today about, main issue was recent weeks, several towns in Imperial County have passed moratoriums on building data centers in Imperial County. At the federal and state level, new legislation is passing or being worked on to address the public concerns about data centers and their impact on the local environment. I would like to speak in support of a moratorium and to caution against any language that suggests a total ban. I am a history nerd, I listen to the news, and I have sat through supervisor meetings since 2007. A ban will make that jurisdiction a target for lawsuits. I urge fiscal responsibility and being careful to word any language about what is being built. Technology is always going to advance. The needs of the consumer will always change. What we do today impacts people today. The hyperscale DC project for Imperial does not make sense for the potential impact on local electricity and water rates, as well as impacts to the airport and local agricultural industries. Imperial County is a farming community. Our major cities are San Diego and Mexicali. That is who we provide resources to and work with. That is where the jobs and influx to our local economy comes from. I also urge being careful in the legal language because IBEW 569 Electricians Union wants to build technology projects like data centers. And with the risk of fire hazards, you want skilled professionals putting things in right the first time. A major data center in Imperial's Industrial Park is one location with a handful of jobs of different pay scales. If there were smaller data center projects that had no significant impact to water and electricity rates, that did not create problems for the local population, and the technology is advanced and makes sense, then I am all in support. Then that town gets jobs, and the rent goes to that jurisdiction. Ultimately, I would like the IBEW's legal advisors to help the county and city legal advisors in how to craft their ordinances and local laws. I feel this will save the county money in the long run, as no outside lawyers will be able to challenge what we do. And it will help streamline future construction projects in Imperial County, and the locals will feel safer about the transparency. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ernie Acosta.
Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Ernie Acosta, and I'm here today to ask a simple question. When we look at the future of Imperial County, what is more valuable, a building full of computers or food that nourishes our people? We're constantly told that large projects will bring prosperity, but prosperity should not be measured only in dollars. It should be measured in healthier families, stronger communities, and opportunities that directly improve people's lives. Microgreens are not just specialty crop. They are one of the most nutrient-dense foods that can be grown locally. These tiny plants are packed with vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and beneficial compounds that many people in our community are lacking. We live in a time when people struggle with iron deficiency, diabetes, obesity, heart disease, and poor nutrition. Our seniors worry about osteoporosis and maintaining healthy bones. Pregnant mothers need access to nutrient-rich foods to support healthy development. Families are looking for better ways to feed their children. What if part of the solution was being grown right here in Imperial County? Broccoli microgreens, kale microgreens, sunflower microgreens, pea shoots, beet microgreens, and many others contain powerful nutrients that support overall health. They provide vitamins, minerals, antioxidants that can help people build healthier diets and healthier lives. Every trade grown is more than a crop. It is an investment in our community, in community health. It is an investment in local agriculture. It is an investment in people of Imperial County. Unlike industries that may arrive, automate, and eventually require fewer workers, agriculture creates opportunities for entrepreneurs, students, families, and small business owners. It keeps people connected to the land and connected to one another. Imagine schools growing microgreens. Imagine hospitals serving locally grown nutrient-dense produce. Imagine restaurants sourcing ingredients from local farmers. Imagine young people seeing agriculture not as the past, but as modern, profitable, and meaningful future. That future is possible. The question before us is what kind of economy we want to build. Do we want an economy that simply consumes resources, or do we want one that produces something that our community desperately needs: healthy food, local jobs, and long-term opportunity? Imperial County has the climate, the agriculture knowledge, and the hardworking people to become a leader in specialty crop production. We have the ability to grow food, to support health, support families, support local businesses. I ask the board to champion agriculture, support local food production, and invest in industries that create lasting benefits for our.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Ismael Arvizo.
Good morning, everyone. Today is June 2nd, 2026. Summer is right around the corner, and we have to prepare for the hottest summer we've experienced yet. The water flows today, but who will be allowed the last drop of the excess that we have? What will we do when the Southwest is turned into a crisis? Will you even be here? A leader should plant seeds of hope that leaves a legacy of decisions that they will not benefit from. A leader doesn't leave a ticking time bomb that benefits no one but the elite. That's not a leader. That's a class traitor. Hyperballistic missiles need AI. Drone swarms that are used in warfare today need AI. That is the future of war. Raul Ruiz and Jeff Gonzalez are both complicit in this data center. That's why they haven't spoken up much about it, and that's why Jeff votes against a lot of things against the community. All because of the Greater Israel Project. Have you ever heard of that? Do we know who Israel, the country that's committing genocide in the other side of the world, that we give most of the funds? The U.S. funds most of the Israel war crimes. And that list of war crimes is endless. One of them happened in February 2026, where a ballistic missile fell into a school that was all women, all girls, 150 students and staff. They all passed away. I'm an educator. That really hurt. And AI took part of this. Why? Because AI determines what's a building that they have to bomb. They should bomb. An ambulance that they can kill immediately. And this building used to be a base for military, A couple decades ago, 2016, it turned into a school. You could see a playground. You could see visual imaging that it wasn't a base anymore. But AI still chose it as a target. And in war crimes, the U.S. and all countries around that have committed horrible things, they focus on the children. So you don't have a next generation that can fight back. They've done it on Palestine and killed more than over 100,000 people. I don't think the numbers are true. I think there's a higher number, the death count. But AI supports all of this. It encourages and funds and will be the infrastructure for the next world war. So what I suggest is you guys change everything that's going on. I'm making this comment right now because I'm probably not going to be here for item 16 or 18. But like people have said, the cities are making decisions before you guys, and it's pretty obvious that you guys are pushing one side instead of the community side. So I reiterate, like everyone else here has been saying it for months, 7 months. Time flies, right? So yeah, I'm taking up as much time as I can. So yeah, I hope you guys all lose in the election.
Madam Chair, no more speakers?
Hold on. Can I jump in this minute? Is that
It's up to the chair.
Sorry, we've already extended our period of public comment. Thank you. And we, for the sake of time, are going to skip item number 19, board member reports and announcements. Moving on to item 10, discussion of the agenda. Items to be pulled from the action, discussion, consent, or consent budget.
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Item number 11, approval of the consent calendar.
Madam Chair, we have letter B, urgency items to be added. And
I'm sorry.
approval of the order.
Any urgency items to be added?
None, Madam Chair.
And C, approval of the order of the agenda. I have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Hawk. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, approval of the consent calendar. I have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Cardenas Singh. Please vote. Motion passes. Item number 12, approval of the consent budget. I have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote.
District 2.
Motion passes. Item number 13, approval of the official proceedings for May 19th, 2026. I have a motion by Supervisor Cardenas Singh, seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote.
District 5.
Motion passes. Item number 14, departments announcements.
We do have Mr. Minnick from the Planning Department.
Good morning, Mr. Minnick.
Good morning, board members. Jim Minnick, Imperial County Planning Director. Today I'd like to talk real quick about a permitting software program we've been working on for quite a while to help streamline our building permits and planning permits. As some of you may know, the county's been working off of the existing program since 1996. The latest version of that program we've been working off since 2008. We started a project in 2018 with proposals. We did RFQ, RFP, went through quite a long process. Went under contract in 2019, then COVID hit, and we went back and amended the contract in 2023 when we started back up. In that, we included, in addition to Tyler, which is the software technologies program company, we also added Park Consulting to help us with the implementation. 2024 to 2026, we really worked hard utilizing staff and those two agencies to start that process. This past May, we spent the last month in training. June, we will be doing what's called a conversion. So our old system will be migrating to the new system, and in that way, we'll still be providing services for the county. We just will have to be doing it manually during those 2 weeks. We intend to go live with the new updated program on June 15th, 2026, if everything goes right. All right, here's a timeline that we've been working with since 2024. In the training section, the training included development departments for the County of Imperial, Public Works, APCD, Fire, Planning, etc. What's going to be happening starting on June 15th, we'll be working for the next 4 weeks to make sure that that implementation, what we call go live, proceeds with as little amount of hiccups as possible, and hopefully correct all of them. So both of those agencies will be available to us during those weeks. What's the point? The point is to create a faster permit processing system. Let's be honest, to be put in the 21st century. Better customer service, improved transparency, digital workflows, interdepartmental cooperation, efficient code compliance monitoring. Currently, we have operational challenges. We do a lot of stuff manually. We have limited remote access. We have inconsistent records retention. It's not all digital. A lot of it's in hard files, and we have to go find them. Customer service, longer wait times. People have to come into the office. We don't have any kind of digital presence so that you can go online and submit an application for either a building permit or a planning permit. And then, of course, administration is also a factor. To give you kind of an idea of what we do, in 2025, we had over 500 building permit applications. These building permit applications range from something as simple as an emergency electrical to full-on structure construction. 20 planning applications, 200 plus violations. Today, as it stands right now, building permits can last up to 36 months, so when you add the 500, we actually have 400 outstanding building permits that we're in the process of working through. Some permits, for example, if you build a house, it takes 8 inspections once you start working on it to get through that process. Active planning applications, we have 370, and active violations, we have 1,360. All of those would be digitized in a more efficient manner. So what is the benefit to applicants? Benefit to applicants is the ability to access online 24/7, reduce their trips to having to come physically into the county offices, faster approvals, permit tracking. So once you've submitted an application, you can then keep track of that permit. So let's say you get a permit for a room addition. You can kind of track that process by going into the computer at your home and saying, okay, where are we? We're waiting for Public Works sign off, or we need this or that. So you don't have to play the guessing game. You can I know most of the people in this audience already do this, but you can actually pay online with this program. Easier inspection scheduling, and right now you call in before 4 o'clock, we get you scheduled for the next day. Better communication. What's it help with the county operations? Reduces paperwork, reduces paper storage, faster reviews, better work enforcement, improved interdepartmental cooperation, enhanced reporting dashboards, standardized workflows, reduce manual errors, and field efficiency. This is kind of important. Let's say I take an inspector, we go out to, or an inspector goes out to Winter Haven, they do the inspection. While they're at their inspection, they can send the report in, as opposed to the end of the day, they send the report in, they manually have to type it all into the computer. It can all be done right there in the field. They can also take the plans digitally with them on an iPad or a tablet as well. And so that's the goal anyways. Functions, again, as I mentioned a minute ago, online permit application, electronic plan review. In this case, the Tyler program, we use another program called Bluebeam, which allows each of the departments to physically interact with the site plan. So let's say I have a set of plans and on Public Works, and I'm saying, look, I need a driveway. They can mark those up in real time, and then those notes get to us immediately. We can send those to the applicant or to the engineers. Digital record management, as I mentioned earlier, mobilized inspections, real-time permit tracking, some of these things I've already mentioned. And then just for fun, the one on the left is our 2008 version that we currently work with, and the one on the right is part of the interface you'll be seeing. We'll also be using GIS to connect it all together. So that's it.
Okay, do we have any comments or questions from the board? Looks like we have Supervisor Cardenas-Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Minix, thank you so much for the presentation. That is a concern that we had been hearing from our constituents in not knowing the length of the process or where they were in the process, and then also having the ability for it to be interactive and having the opportunity just to be able to provide feedback and just to know in real time where they are. So I'm glad that we are incorporating technology, and most importantly, when we're talking about projects, that they know exactly where they are in the process. So I congratulate you for implementing and having this program that is easily and readily available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cardenas-Singh. Supervisor Hawk?
Yes, Jim, obviously we're excited to see the efficiency that could happen in the permitting process. When you talk about the active violation cases, 1360, what exactly, is that like additional review, or what is that?
That is either building or planning, or in combination of both, violations throughout the unincorporated area. These are, you built something without a permit, you're occupying a space without, you know, in Salton City area, we have a lot of squatters. Okay. We have a lot of those types of things. It runs the gambit in terms of the violations. So
they're notified, and then?
Yes, sir. We give them several notifications to remediate the operation. We'll actually even work with them on terms of a schedule to remediate. And if they don't remediate the issue, then we proceed forward to a judicial system.
Okay. So when you do the electronic plan review, can you do that? Is that immediate? Can you do that like within a day or two? when you're looking at the Tyler functions?
It's about getting the information into the system more efficiently and allowing us to work more efficiently, but we still have the human factor of actually having to review the stuff. So it'll be more efficient, but I can't guarantee it'll be a day or two.
Okay.
Right now, your plans come in, we manually load all that into the system, we scan it all, we create a file, and then we start that process by physically sending it to the different agencies. In this case, you yourself submit the application. We make sure the application is complete for processing. We send you an invoice to submit funds, and then we start reviewing it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hawk. Supervisor Kelly?
Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Jim.
Yes, sir.
Or Mr. Minnick, I want to thank you and all the departments and your staff that have worked on this. So what hasn't been shared is that this is centered towards the public. It will help efficiency and to have a more timeless and less costly plan review, but this is actually centered towards the public. So a customer that wants to do business and have a building permit in the county of Imperial will never have to come to your office. As long as they have the ability to submit their plans, make their payment. If you live in Palo Verde, or if you live in Ocotillo or Salton City, you'll be able to submit everything.
Yes, and sign your documents.
And sign your documents electronically.
Yes.
And will not have to make a trip at the higher gas cost to El Centro. And then post-submittal, they will be able to track their project and know where it is in the process and who is the next reviewer as well.
Correct. They'll have a specialized number for them to log into. They'll create their own login, and they'll be able to track their permit. And they can still pick up the phone and call us and go, why ain't it moving? You know, that type of thing.
So I just wanted to bring the point out that this is actually for customer service to be more responsive to our populace that has activities with planning and our other building development.
Correct.
And I would ask, though, and I saw it from your schedule, that the rollout is in 4 steps. But if you would add maybe to have an orientation training for the public, and I don't know if it's with your consultant or just with internal staff, but to have a public face of showing how the system works for those that might be interested in learning more.
We can do that. We will be adding 2 computers to our lobby to do that as well. So anybody that walks in the door as well. Also, one thing you mentioned public, and I hadn't mentioned that the general public will also be able to access, within limits, the information that's in the system. So they can access the information, so for public view, such as what the permit number is, the type of permit, the description, the permit of description, the address, the permit status, and some other things, but they by either address or by APN. So it's not just the applicant. Obviously, the applicant has a more proprietary access point, but the public can get some general information from the system. So we're looking at both sides of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Kelly. And I just wanted to add a final comment that it's great to see that our ad hoc that we put together back in 2025, our efficiency ad hoc committee, that to see one of these items come to fruition. That is going to improve our public service. So thank you to you, and thank you to your staff,
My
and thank you
staff's done
to
all the
our
heavy lifting.
supervisor ad hoc committee
Thank
on
you.
efficiency. Thank you. Okay, at this time, can I just have staff who are going to be presenting or commenting today? Staff, county staff, just raise your hand for me, please. I'm trying to find you all morning. Okay, so, and I know our front rows are taken, but that was the intent. So one more time, staff, please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay. I do need to announce that we have a public hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. It shouldn't take too long. Priscilla, if you'd like to come forward, please. So we're going to skip to a public hearing, workforce and economic development. Procedurally, do I open now, or do we give our presentation, then we open, correct?
Presentation, then open.
All right, presentation from the department head. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board. My name is Priscilla Lopez. I'm the Director for Workforce and Economic Development. I am bringing before today item 21 as related to the closeout for the Nyland Housing Reconstruction Program funded through the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Funding, Contract 20 CDBG CV-COL-00001. This project was originally awarded to the County of Imperial back in July of 2022 with an allocation of approximately $4.46 million that were intended to reconstruct approximately 13 homes that were destroyed during the Nyland fire. These homes were going to be back in the Nyland community on the land of the original homes, but due to programmatic qualifications or guidelines that the homeowners needed to meet, that number was reduced after the consideration for the funding to 5 homes. And this was, the project scope was later revised by the California Department of Housing and Community Development to $2.5 million to cover these 5 homes. In November of 2024, the responsibility for seeing this project through in completion came to our department, and we had a very tight timeline. The deadline was March 31st of this year, so we had approximately 18 months to get it done. We worked in conjunction with HCD and their affiliates to make sure that this got over the goal and that these homes were constructed. We created a path forward. Various departments here within the county, the CEO's office, and of course the Board of Supervisors, Planning Department, Public Works, you name it, everybody was all hands on deck. Under the advisement of HCD, we did enter into this agreement to make sure that we completed it. So Coachella Housing Authority, Coachella Valley Housing Coalition was brought in to administer the program under guidance from HCD, from the state. Beyond the construction itself, this project also covered essential homeowner costs, including title work, recording of fees, all legal fees, and 1 year of homeowners insurance, just to ensure that the families were well positioned for long-term housing stability. Of the $2.5 million allocated to this activity, approximately $2.28 million was expended, resulting in the successful reconstruction of 5 homes for residents in the Nyland community. The remaining balance was subsequently disencumbered in accordance with the state requirements. I'd like to acknowledge, of course, the partnerships that went into this to make sure that we got it completed and that we provided these housing units for 5 families who lost their homes during the fire. Staff respectfully recommends approval of the requested action, and I'm available for any questions.
We'll now open it up for public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
Madam Chair, we don't.
Okay. Now close this public hearing then. Do our supervisors have any comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. We have a motion by Supervisor Escobar. We have a second by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you, Priscilla.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we're going to have to skip an item because Dr. Davis just stepped out. So what we can do is we're going to go ahead and skip to item 16. Discussion action regarding the following as requested by Dr. Lang. And given that I do sit on the Humane Society Board of Directors, I'm going to recuse myself for this item, and Vice Chair Cardenas Singh will lead this item. Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll just wait a couple of minutes here real quick. All right, Dr. Lang, please, if you could share item 16 with us.
And Supervisor Cardenas saying, due to the switch in the agenda, I don't quite have my staff. Oh, here she is here. Here's Rosa to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Board. I forgot my glasses. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Rosa Lopez, CEO, staff. Today we bring before you a very important project from
175.
I'm good. I can see here. I can't see you guys. So I do bring before you for consideration a project related to the Humane Society of Imperial County, the mobile spay and neuter clinic project. In the audience, we have Mr. Devin Apodaca, the Director of Humane Society of Imperial County, and then we have the co-chairs of the community benefit, the Public Benefit Committee. So the Humane Society of Imperial County is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving animal welfare and promoting responsible pet ownership throughout the County of Imperial. The organization rescues and shelters homeless animals, provides adoption services, and offers low-cost spay and neuter vaccination and microchipping services to pet owners across the community. Through education, outreach, and supportive programs, the Humane Society has developed strong community relationships and extensive experience in delivering essential animal welfare services. This proven track record positions organizations to successfully implement and sustain a mobile spay and neuter clinic that will expand access to affordable veterinarian care in underserved areas of Imperial County. On April 27, 2026, the Public Benefit Committee approved a grant request of $636,000 to the Humane Society of Imperial County. The grant funding will be used to purchase and equip a fully operational mobile spay and neuter clinic, including the necessary medical supplies, equipment, and pharmaceuticals to provide high-quality preventive care. The Humane Society has already secured $160,000 through an employee retention tax credit to support the project and plans to partner with Animal Action League to provide staff training and operational guidance. Together, these resources and partnerships will ensure the clinic is launched efficiently and operated to the highest standards of care. The mobile clinic directly aligns with the goals of Imperial County Public Benefit Grant Program by creating jobs, improving public health and safety, and addressing the region's severe shortage of veterinarian services. By increasing access to affordable spay and neuter and preventative care, the clinic will reduce stray animal populations, limit the spread of diseases, decrease animal-related incidents, and lower the number of animals entering municipal shelters, resulting in fewer euthanasia cases and more efficient use of taxpayer dollars. In the long term, the project will establish operational expertise and community trust that will support the Humane Society's planned expansion to a new shelter with an on-site veterinarian hospital, ensuring lasting benefits for both animals and residents throughout Imperial County. Thus, our requested action from the board today is approval of a public benefit program grant towards the Humane Society of Imperial County for their mobile spay and neuter clinic totaling $636,000, and authorize the CEO to sign the grant agreement. Should the board have any specific questions regarding the program or would like to address the Humane Society, again, they are both present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosa. Madam County Clerk, do we have
Yes, we have a couple
any
of speakers.
public comments?
First speaker, Diane Ortiz. Can you please turn on your microphone right there on the bottom of the microphone? There's a button right there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Ortiz, and I am a member of the Humane Society New Shelter Fundraising Committee. But this morning, I would like to ask you to approve the grant for the spay and neuter. The Humane Society and its staff have done a phenomenal job with its spay and neuter program. They've been progressive and trying to think out of the box to deal with a very difficult problem. Unfortunately, we still have a huge population of unspayed animals and unwanted pet pregnancies. The mobile unit would allow us to reach out to various communities to help solve this problem. It will allow us to take our resources and facilities to those who can't or won't come to the few places that we have in Imperial Valley. We no longer have vets in every community, so it makes us a much higher risk for this problem. This unit would also help protect our dogs and cats from ending up in shelters or worse, just dumped out on the street. So it will help stop the cycle, and I'm really hoping you'll approve that community benefit grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Next speaker, Devin Apaleka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Devin Apodaca, Executive Director of Humane Society of Imperial County. I just wanted to quickly say thank you for your consideration for this grant. As you know, our community is severely lacking in veterinary services. And this mobile spay and neuter clinic, just for those who don't know, it's not for the Humane Society. This is strictly for the community, for own pets of our community. And with this clinic, we're going to be able to make preventative care accessible to those who wouldn't normally be able to get preventative care, through our regular vet that we have here and through our services that we offer. So our goal is to be in different locations every month, whether it's in Salton City, it's in Nyland, in Winter Haven, and then traveling to different locations all throughout the county on a monthly basis. This project is really going to help change the face of animal welfare in our underserved community. So thank you so much.
Our last speaker, Melody Farnick.
Hello, I'm Melody Farnick. I'm the director of Animal Action League. We are a mobile spay-neuter clinic that has traveled here from Joshua Tree many times to help the public spay-neuter program that Devin Apodaca has set up for the Humane Society, which this area is very near and dear to Animal Action League. 1989, we were founded here in Imperial County by Jordan Keeks, and then we have moved over to the areas of the Coachella Valley, Joshua Tree, which we still come into this area from time to time, but mobile spay-neuter is where, if you really want to hit areas like Imperial County, where it is a little bit more impoverished areas of low-income pet owners, this is where we need to hit it. I have walked through his shelter, and I hope a lot of you people have, because walking through a shelter like the Humane Society of Imperial County, it hits you right in the heart of seeing what pet overpopulation is. Seeing all the homeless animals, you know that spay-neuter is where we need to help. Prevention is better than killing. And that's what happens in the county and city shelters. I know Devin has reached out to many, many rescues and has definitely helped with his low-cost spay-neuter programs. He's driven to Joshua Tree many times with his public spay-neuter programs. He goes to the shelter at 5 a.m., meeting all the public people with their animals, which I don't know any other director of any other shelter that has done this. And this is why we've always helped him. And I am here to tell you, being a mobile spay-neuter director, we are here to help him every single step of this way to make sure that this program succeeds. I want to see this succeed beyond anybody. Spay-neuter is my passion. And I definitely am excited to see this go to the next level. We already are in contact with many high-volume spay-neuter vets that will definitely come into this area, and my team is ready to jump in. We've worked with him for over 10 years now, and I'm continued to go on this mission. So thank you for this opportunity.
Any more public speakers, Madam Clerk? Wonderful. Bring it back to the dais. Supervisor Escobar?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Devin, thank you for supporting this, for bringing our attention to this. I'm looking forward for the county to be working with you long-term. I think it's important that we get the word out in both English and Spanish, because there's a lot of Spanish-speaking individuals that may not know about these services, that are really needing of these services and either can't afford it or prefer to take their pet to Mexico, obviously for cost purposes. We recently funded a grant application to get a veterinary services in Imperial County a few weeks ago. So I think this goes hand in hand with servicing our community and at the same time making sure that the County of Imperial is partnering with you guys to make sure that the word is out on the services that can be offered for a low or moderate price. Thank you.
Supervisor Kelly?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I would like to add to what Supervisor Escobar said. I am aware that Supervisor Price has met with our environmental health, which oversees our animal shelter, with Devin and the Humane Society. And I'm hoping that that conversation extends into a future joint use and eventually maybe a no-kill in Imperial County. So I just want to say that this is more of good news as we've tried to create now a county veterinarian and spade and neutering. We will be opening an office in Calipatria, so maybe that would be a location you could set up.
Thank you. At this time, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve public benefit grant towards the Humane Society of Imperial County mobile spay and neuter clinic totaling $636,000, and B, to authorize County Executive Officer to sign grant agreement. Motion has been made by Supervisor Escobar, seconded by Supervisor Kelly. Please vote. Thank you very much. That item passes. Maybe at this time we'll take just a quick break to bring back Chairwoman Price to the dais.
All right, everyone, if we can settle down, settle in, we're going to continue with our action calendar with item number 15, discussion action regarding the following as requested by Dr. Davis, Director of Human Resources.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Nice of me to show up, huh? So item 15 before you is the approval of 6 job descriptions, revised job descriptions, primarily from the probation department. And as before, they followed the same process. So they began with the position description questionnaires from Gallagher. Those were reviewed by the supervisors, reviewed by the department head, reviewed by HR. We incorporated all those changes. Then we sent them to the bargaining units for review. So the job descriptions that you're seeing now have been reviewed by the Probation and Correctional Officers Association, which we appreciate their input, as well as the Working Supervisors Unit. So the collaboration has been great, and I think we have a good product. The good news is there's only 6. The bad news is we have a whole bunch more in the queue for upcoming meetings. So I will probably be up here many more times coming up in the future. But we're making good progress in getting these done, but today we have 6. So we have the probation assistant, deputy probation officer 1 and 2. Deputy probation officer 3 is now the senior probation officer, so they changed that title. And the juvenile corrections officer is also a revision, as well as a title change. And then the food services supervisor, which is the working supervisors unit. No salaries have been changed until we complete the implementation of the compensation study. So it's just been revisions. But to date, the input has been great. I think we have a good product in front of us. So I'm here to entertain any questions, comments that you have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, we do have a motion by Supervisor Cardenas Singh, seconded by Supervisor Escobar. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Davis, and to your staff and your collaborative efforts with the different bargaining units and the working supervisors.
Right.
We appreciate it.
As well as Chief Seiss, who's here to
Yes.
provide support as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Moving on to item 17, discussion and action regarding the following as requested by our District Attorney George Marquez and/or staff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Anthony Valenti, Acting Assistant District Attorney. What we are asking to purchase is basically a digital evidence management system. It's long overdue in our office. We should have gone to this several years ago. As you know, body cams, security camera, video, all types of digital evidence has to come to our office. It has to be reviewed, cataloged, and stored. And right now we're very antiquated, and our methods are outdated. And not only does it have to be stored, it also has to be shared with a number of agencies. So what we're basically asking the board to do is purchase this. It also includes updating our body cameras for our investigators, which is critical. And both the software and the cameras, it's basically unlimited storage, and we own it. So there's a number of reasons why we need this software, but most importantly for justice for the county, for everyone. I brought with me Molly Kinsella to answer any questions. She's with Axon if you have any questions.
Any questions or comments from the supervisors?
Madam Chair, let me just ask one question. Is there, what kind of liability, I mean, when you're wearing a camera, is there a degree of liability that we would carry?
If you're so the liability is to not wear a camera.
Okay.
So, in fact, it's our policy that all of our investigators wear body cameras whenever
So,
they're interviewing or contacting the public.
I understand that. The other side of that would be, is there anything that you could see as a liability for wearing a camera?
No.
Okay.
No. The real liability here comes in the storing it and having to share it and not sharing it is that's a problem.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Kelly.
Thank you. My question is, years ago, there was a system purchase from the district attorney's office that was supposed to be implemented so that we didn't have to have the local jurisdictions actually deliver cases to the district attorney's office, and that didn't get implemented for multiple years. I think it was like 2020, right? Yeah. That
Yes.
it actually did get. So I'm just wondering, is any of that still occurring where, like the city of Calapat or the city of Hopeville, or not, the sheriff's office, are they still having to deliver cases directly to the district attorney's office?
We have literally gone to our system, which you're referring to, is called e-prosecutor. And we're requiring everyone to submit our cases electronically. And so everyone has gone to it, and the system we are improving it every year. This system that we're talking about here for digital evidence management actually works with e-prosecutor. So it's kind of not just to supplement, but also to store all of our evidence related to a case.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Cardenas-Singh.
Yes, and I understand anytime that we're going to implement new software, there is a transition period. And we also want to make sure that we've had it for a long term to see the impacts and the benefits and the efficiencies that it's having in our department. So this is not being critical, it's only asking a question. And the question is that we're taking a look at an automatic 7-year renewal. Maybe if that could just be explained to me in how the 7 years were discussed and the rationale behind it.
So if I can,
Sure.
So first of all, we can cancel the contract. It does have a contract cancellation. I believe it's 90 days notice. And we basically asked for 3 years for now. But it isn't automatic if we decide to cancel it or not move forward. And that was spelled out in the contract.
It's actually a 1-year renewal.
Well, it's a 1 year, it's every year.
And it locks in the price.
And plus our price is locked in.
Yes, and I appreciate that, and I am very supportive. I just wanted to make sure as we read the item on our agenda that there's just some clarity to the public on that expense. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, looks like we have no other questions or comments from the board. Would entertain a motion. I have a motion by Supervisor Hawk and seconded by Supervisor Escobar. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Another item we're bringing to the 21st century. All right. Moving on to item number 18, discussion action regarding adoption of a resolution relating to the data centers in Imperial County as requested by Chairwoman Peggy Price and Vice Chairwoman Martha Cardenas-Singh. Do we have public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we do. Would you like to start with public
Yes, let's get started.
Before I call the first speaker, I do want to put some written comments on the record. And the first one is from Jake Tyson, Sarah Solorzano, Susana Salgado, Christian Salgado. And then as of 8:30 a.m., our public comment email received a total of 296 comments. all of them with the same subject and body language. So one of the emails was distributed to the board, and the rest would be on file with the names that submitted those public comments. The first speaker is Peter Rodriguez.
Again, board, we come again in the situation that this attempt you guys want to put through is not a safeguard for our community. 1,000 feet. Let me tell you what I know. I spoke to a bomb disposal individual that I knew had been to Iran and Afghanistan. I gave him the scenario, what I read. He suggested 10 miles blast radius. You actually have gasoline nearby. Okay? 10 miles. That's what's on what he could say. He goes, going to go up or is going to go this way. We don't know because we already know you guys cannot, firefighters cannot defend, at least locally, a data fire should one occur, should one be even be built, nor do they have the training or the equipment to go forward. This proposal is nothing more than a Trojan horse so they can build something on a lot merger that should not have been allowed. While it may sound in good faith, the integrity, the way it was written, like, shouldn't he have fire department? Supervisor Kelly, you're a firefighter. Would you want emergency office services be involved in this written proposal? People, you should be better. You're not leading, or you don't want to lead. You want us to say, okay, you're doing a great job, clap, it's election day. Well, no, sorry. I recommend this proposal not go forward as presented. It's going to hurt people. You don't think about the future. And let me tell you, hate to say this, but I'm 64. Got maybe 20 more years left. But those kids that are 7 and 8 don't have that if you put this in, as is. They don't got that feature that I had. And you see, when someone says they make noise, I'll tell you what I feel about that noise. These individuals that have grown to me are no longer, and I rarely say this, they're no longer just citizens. They're family to me. And I will stand with my family to the end. I will walk in the valley of death before I would give up. And if you can't stand for families, those who are neighbors, those who are friends, those who stand beside you, then you cannot stand for nothing. You can't even stand for a cross. Thank you.
Next speaker, Christopher Scurries, and following will be Jake Tyson.
All right. Good morning again, board. My name is Chris Scurries, and I am here to talk about item 18 on your agenda. I'm here to urge you not to pass this resolution. I've read through it, and it's very apparent that it doesn't really do anything to protect people against data centers, retroactive or otherwise. I'm sure you want us all to believe that. It is a response to all of the noise, as Ms. Price and Mr. Hawk like to call our issues. But in reality, it's a clear response to me and for another data center application that is currently in the works by Tomcat Development LLC. And my suspicion is that this resolution fits that application like a glove. I don't know, but I guess that's my suspicion. In this resolution, you suggest the elimination of by right development, which is, I assume, is an attempt to make us all feel warm and fuzzy, yet there is no mention of CEQA. In fact, I'm not even sure if by right development is the same as by right approval, which is the actual thing we've been wanting for a while. So for the record, what is the difference between by right development and approvals? But maybe more importantly, this whole section of the supposed elimination of by right is filled with exceptions to the very rule. The most prominent being data centers would be allowed by right development under specific area plans. This Tomcat project is set to be built as part of the Mesquite Lake specific plan. And while data centers are not currently permitted in that plan, the applicant asserts that a data center would be justified by similar use. So is this resolution offering protections for the people, or is it offering cover for yourselves as you move forward with another data center that no one wants? Passing the resolution today would only prove my point that these are not actual protections if the very people they supposedly protect are rejecting it, as illustrated by, was it 300 people who wrote in? What this resolution really is just a playbook for future developers. And we're seeing that playbook play out with that Tyler program, so people from Huntington Beach can put in more applications from the safety of their homes. But to be so deep in this controversy and continue to double down on this data center drama as what my students would call low-key wild work. Instead of all this nonsense, move to place a moratorium like all the cities are doing on all data center developments. And I said it earlier today, Government Code 65858 would place a pause on all data center developments, including the Mesquite Lake one that I've discussed and the IBCM project next to my house. That would initiate a 45-day moratorium. And in the meantime, we can work together to impart meaningful protections and an actual ordinance. Although at this point, I think we all just want to ban the damn thing. I really want to challenge Mr. Escobar and Ms. Cardenas Singh today to initiate and second the vote to implement that moratorium. The two of you have actually demonstrated concerns for these projects, and I would like you to use your words and turn them into actions. I would like to see that. I think we'd all like to see that. The cities are doing it. Go for it. Here's your chance. Stand with us. It's time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jake Tyson.
Okay, line item 18, I'm Jake Tyson. First off, I'd like to submit, the guidelines. I mean, come on. Who are you guys trying to fool here? Where'd you get 1,000 feet from? Who wrote this, by the way? Who wrote it? Who wrote it? It's vacant on the slip. Who wrote these guidelines? Who came up with this stuff on these guidelines? It's nobody wants to take responsibility for it. So here, I would like to submit this for the record, please. It's kind of how it works around here, huh? Let's keep the accountability under the table, right? Let's create terminologies that sound great, right? They're kind of like rationalized things that sound like the truth but are not. So here we are. Guidelines. Guidelines are not enough. Imperial County needs enforceable ordinances, not suggestions, checklists, or voluntary promises from developers. Ban data centers, right? And banning data centers would cause some lawsuits as well. But there's other things to do, right? You can remove data centers from by right use everywhere. Require discretionary review from every data center. Require a conditional use permit, development equipment agreement, and board-level public hearings. Require a full CEQA review on every data center coming into this valley, every one of them. It would stop the lawsuits. Create an environmental justice protection overlay zone. You guys have the power to do this, and you're squandering it. Expand sensitive receptor setbacks, 1,000 feet. How about let's start with 10 miles. Require water neutrality and water positivity. IID's already doing the ratepayer protection thing. Create strict best separation rules. You guys can do this, but you're not. You're standing up for your family, for familial projects, and they're here waiting to talk too. Ranchos Los Lagos, gone. And now Mesquite Lake. You guys are trying to push, it's trying to get out from underneath it and trying to deceive the public. Instead of working for the public, that is taxpayer dollars being wasted right here, doing this right now. This whole thing is a waste of taxpayer dollars. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, or Libertarian, or anything. Just being here. Require a supermajority vote. Adopt a cumulative impact cap. If there's industry in various areas in that within however many square miles, put a cap on it. You can't put one there. And be okay with it. So anyway, the county already has tools. Imperial Valley is not a sacrifice zone or hyperscale computing. The public is not asking the county to manage data centers better, but we are asking the county to ban them. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sarah Solorzano, and following Susan Paradis.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Sarah Solorzano, and I'm here on behalf of Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz, who is currently traveling to Washington, D.C., but has asked me to be here to deliver the statement personally. And I quote, "Hello, Imperial County Board of Directors, staff, and residents in Imperial Valley. I am currently traveling to Washington, D.C., and unable to be there. I unequivocally oppose the proposed data centers in Imperial Valley and urge local officials to prevent them from happening. The data is clear. Data centers in their current form and near neighborhoods reduce life expectancy, pollute the air, worsen asthma rates, increase energy costs, and require more water than we can afford. There's also a concern regarding the impact of a heat dome effect on vulnerable people and the mental health effects of constant noise pollution. The people of Imperial Valley have been clear about where they stand. I agree with them. I am asking local officials to act and protect the health, the water, and the future of every family who calls this valley home," end quote. Congressman Reese has requested that this statement and letter be entered into the official public record. Thank you.
Good morning. It's me again. I went through your proposed resolution, pretty detailed, and I created my requests and recommendations, giving them to you so that you can refer to them. And I'll just go as fast as I can through them. So number 5, whereas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because certain uses may be permitted by right under existing zoning classifications. My note to that is I would like this paragraph to include the current data project from Imperial Valley Computer Manufacturing. I need to know if this is current or if this is just for future. So I would like that clarified. Under direction to staff, I made an error. It is not the foregoing, it is the above mentioned. Please note the above mentioned isn't true and correct because the Board of Supervisors is in violation by not having a CEQA report. You are not exempt. And if your counsel is telling you that, you need new counsel. With respect to my recommendation for this whole process, when I Googled guidelines for data centers, there are none, federal or state. So there are, however, each section of a data center, energy, noise pollution, water, those have guidelines. My whole point is, your staff, by their own admission, us included, we're not data center experts. This has to be independent. Independent consultant is my recommendation. With respect to item 3, Exhibit A, land use and siting standards. Number 1, elimination by right development. Does this mean that the county will apply for a CEQA report regarding this data center? Number 2, residential and sensitive receptor buffer requirements. I would like clarification. Does this include, again, the proposed data center? My recommendation is it should include industrial and commercial facilities. It talks about the housing, residential, hospitals, care, but there is nothing about the Sellers Petroleum and McNeese Brothers, oil takers there. Those are big issues for something with this high of volume. I'm going to run out of time. Please look through. I have dated my concerns and my recommendations and my requests. I hope they get addressed. Thank you.
Next speaker, Robert Powell, and following will be Francisco Leal.
Good afternoon. My name's Robert Powell. I live in Imperial. I'm addressing you today actually as a proponent of responsible development, but that support is strictly contingent on leadership that respects California procedural and planning laws rather than relying solely on developers' assurances that mitigation measures are adequately addressed. Regarding the proposed guidelines, I understand the intent to streamline development processes, but streamlining cannot come at the expense of adequate impact analysis or clear commitments to mitigate those impacts. Significant gaps in transparency, comprehensive environmental analysis, and required mitigation measures must be resolved before any such guidelines are approved. Specifically, I have several critical concerns regarding the current proposal. First, the document's cover sheet fails to identify its author or source, but it smells of Supervisor Kelly, perhaps one other of you, and probably the developer. This omission raises a serious question. Is this board once again relying on project proponents to draft documentation that should be independently generated by county staff? Second, the proposed guidelines mandated only a 1,000-foot buffer between data centers and vulnerable community members, including residents, schools, and daycare facilities. Given what this community has recently experienced, establishing such a minimal setback is deeply concerning and seems to indicate that after all we've been through, you're still not concerned about citizens' health or well-being. Very disturbing. Had enough of this. Third, and most alarmingly, this resolution completely omits any requirement for data centers to conduct comprehensive health impact assessments. Obviously an intentional omission. Indeed, under the heading Air Quality and Environmental Standards, there is absolutely no mandate to assess the emissions impact of a proposed project. This omission is particularly unacceptable given the board's recent handling of the Ayton Road project, where adequate assessment of air quality impacts was not required. Furthermore, proponents of that project continue to present a fundamentally flawed health risk assessment. Their HRA fails to evaluate long-term operational scenarios and neglects to include a cumulative analysis to determine if the project's emissions, when combined with existing baseline pollution, breach harmful levels. And they're still holding that up as proof that this doesn't have any adverse impacts on our health. In conclusion, a review of this resolution suggests that this board has learned very little from the Ayton Road situation. It appears to be another attempt to bypass the rigorous impact analysis and concrete mitigation commitments required by CEQA. I urge the board to reject these guidelines in their current form and mandate that all future development frameworks prioritize legal compliance, transparency, and public health. In fact, why not just adopt a resolution that states that all data centers, including the present project, be analyzed using an EIR? Thank you.
Following Mr. Leal, Christian Salgado.
Good morning, everyone. Francisco Leal. Item 18 talks about guidelines and resolutions. What are guidelines? A non-binding set of instructions, principles, or best practices designed to help people achieve a specific goal, but not legal penalties for ignoring them. These are used for advising paint colors and dress code suggestions. We can see guidelines aren't fit for addressing a hyperscale data center. What is a resolution? A formal statement of policy, opinion, or a one-time administrative action. It directs how the government operates itself. But it doesn't change local code. It doesn't include penalties either. It's so weak that it can pass with a single vote in one meeting without advance notification. These are to create a holiday or to adopt a personnel manual. A resolution is not up to the level of authority the community needs to be protected from hyperscale data centers. You know what we need? We need an ordinance that regulates people, property, data centers. It is permanent and it carries the full weight of authority. Violations of an ordinance results in penalties, fines, etc. It requires multiple readings, public hearings, and public official publication. An ordinance fits better the needs of the community when it comes to hyperscale data centers. It will address zoning laws and maintain other areas of concern derived from the development of hyperscale data centers, especially close to homes, schools, and in a non-attainment county. We are coming to realize that more data centers are being considered by the county as we speak, and given the recent history, the odds these will move forward are very high. Why do you make these decisions when all the negative impacts are in front of you? Information made available by probably hundreds of other communities like ours, furthermore, by your own staff. I don't know where you've been these past months, but guidelines and resolutions will not fly with this community anymore. That train is gone. We demand an ordinance to address specifically hyperscale data centers, to define them as a unique type of industry that really doesn't fit in any existing ordinance. The only way to do that is by first, of course, you wanting to do that and support the community. If you want to do it, you can do it. And second, place an immediate moratorium. Give yourself that time. Give yourself that time to really work with the community and make us feel represented and safe. And as a bonus, a lot of people you see here and in social media, we may go back to not care about your business, just as we were before the data center was brought into our life. Thank you.
Victor Saseta, you're next.
Okay. Good afternoon, Imperial County Board of Supervisors. For the past 6 months, a growing coalition of concerned residents have consistently appeared before the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission to oppose the Imperial Data Center project and raise concerns about zoning ordinance that frankly encourage and facilitate the rapid and irresponsible expansion of massive AI data center development throughout unincorporated Imperial County. We are deeply dissatisfied with item 18, the discussion action regarding adoption of a resolution related to data centers in Imperial County. While we appreciate the acknowledgement that data center development requires greater scrutiny, we strongly urge the board to reject the proposed resolution in its current form and instead take meaningful action by adopting an immediate 1-year moratorium on all new AI data center applications and approvals within unincorporated Imperial County, and direct staff to draft a comprehensive ordinance, not a resolution, establishing legal binding regulations and development standards for data centers throughout the county. I think this is important for everyone to hear. Why an ordinance and not a resolution? The county needs a formal and legally binding law, not a public relation resolution that may be provided a favorable anti-data center headline for local news, but does little to reassure residents that data center developers will be subject to new legal obligations and that those obligations will be upheld by the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, and other county agencies. A resolution is nothing more than an expression of a policy with no explicit binding requirements included in its language. Residents are well aware of the overwhelming interest in AI data center development in our county, including new applications that have been submitted. This interest extends beyond the Imperial Data Center project, beyond Lithium Valley, and includes every county-approved specific plan. Ranchos Los Largos, the Mesquite Lake, where developers could potentially argue that such project could be permitted by right and therefore avoid discretionary review under CEQA. Furthermore, this resolution does nothing to address the Imperial Data Center project, which bypassed proper environmental review, was granted a lot merger by this board, and continues to move forward through the permitting process. I'm running short on time. I had a lot to say, but there is inherent flaws in this resolution. 2 points that I just want to make sure I draw is instead of the land use siting standards, just eliminate by right approval for all data center development throughout Imperial County, including but not limited to all county approved specific plans. That is by right. That means you can have a data center, but you have to go through proper environmental review. You don't get to streamline that process. The other point is about the residential sensitive receptor buffer requirements. There should be no by right in overlaying zone with urban overlay. That's awesome.
Ms. Salgado, your time is up.
You're right.
Following Mr. Sasueta, if we could have Ms. Gina Bristow-Snow.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board, Chairwoman, and members of the Board. My name is Victor Sasueta. I live at 1603 Farmer Drive. I was born in Brawley. I grew up in El Centro, and I chose to return to El Centro to buy a house, and I live here. I have 4 brothers and 4 sisters. Each one of us had to leave the valley to get education, and we all, most of us, all about 8 of us decided to return. And now this is our community. And I have a right to talk about protecting our community. There's a couple of issues I have with this resolution. Number one is the item 2, where it gives a 1,000-foot setback, and that is way too little, especially since it's less than 500 feet from that fuel facility on the corner. It needs to be, like someone said, 10,000 feet. So I also have some other issues with the project applicant shall commission an independent infrastructure impact assessment evaluation. Hasn't the developer already completed this for this project? That was my question. I mean, that's what an environmental impact report would do. Also, the project shall materially diminish existing utility reliability or service levels. You know, some of this language is a little bit too squishy, and I think it's liable for interpretation and possibly future litigation. There's also questions in item 5 on on-site electrical infrastructure, but it doesn't mention battery storage at all. So it needs to be specific. Item 6, the microgrid and energy resilience integration. Developers are encouraged. Who encourages developers? It should be required. Developers should be required to incorporate. Again, that same language is used in item 8, where it says projects utilizing energy storage shall prioritize technologies. Why not require? So there's some problems with this resolution. I think it needs to be strengthened, and so that we would have a better understanding of where you guys are. What I think is you guys are trying to placate us. Rather than require a CEQA, an environmental impact report, you're trying to feed us this resolution.
Mr. Sassueta, your time is up.
Well, thank you very much.
Following Ms. Snow, Renee Felix.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gina Brister Snow. When I first read this resolution, I thought, wow, a document that reads like a list of everything the public was criticized for caring about. But acknowledgement is not protection, because after reading this resolution, one question still hangs over all of it. Would the project that brought us here still move forward? And if the answer is yes, then what exactly has changed? If the document is filled with studies, reviews, disclosures, and recommendations, this document is filled with studies, reviews, disclosures, and recommendations. It spends far more time discussing how impacts will be documented than how they will be prevented. The public didn't ask for better paperwork. They asked for protection. And even if we generously call these protections, many of them come with caveats. The resolution promises greater scrutiny, then quietly gives the county the right to exempt itself from it. The phrase, "the county determines," appears when the strongest protections should be there. Because a safeguard that depends on the discretion of the very people being asked to exercise restraint is not much of a safeguard at all. It's a loophole. And after months of being told there was little discretion in this process, it's remarkable to suddenly discover how much discretion still exists. The resolution talks about setbacks, but protections that can be waived are not protections, they're suggestions. And perhaps the most frustrating part of this resolution is not what it says, it's what it doesn't say. It does not slow anything down, it does not create a moratorium while these concerns are evaluated, it does not pause the very project that gave rise to these concerns in the first place. And now, there's news there's another data center project during the contention this board is already embroiled in. So this board acknowledges the need for safeguards while allowing the controversy that created them to continue moving forward. Because if another data center application is already moving through the same framework that brought us here, then this resolution is not a safeguard, it's a press release. The safeguards come later. Oh, but the consequences, they come first. The language throughout this resolution is revealing. When describing the risks, the board speaks with certainty. When describing accountability, it suddenly becomes flexible. Should, may, where feasible, where applicable. It's amazing how quickly conviction disappears when it's time to commit to a solution. And then there is the timing. Today is election day. The same way residents notice the timing of a lot merger hearing scheduled during spring break, they notice the timing of this discussion as well. Because timing matters, and communities have long memories. 2 seats are on the ballot today. 2 more are the subject of active recall efforts. Interesting timing. Lastly, Madam Chair, referring to your community, you recently stated in your response to your recall, I would never cast a vote to harm it. Yet today, your own resolution acknowledges the very risks this community has spent months warning you about. So either those concerns were legitimate all along, or you are asking the public to applaud a solution to a problem you spent months suggesting did not exist. The public can decide which explanation they find more convincing. Thank you.
Following Renee Felix, Michelle Hollinger.
Good afternoon, Board. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Renee Felix.
Just a moment, Renee.
Yeah.
Please, everyone, let's be respectful of all the speakers. Thank you. We have a clerk that will handle that. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board. We support the county's efforts to develop clear guidelines for data centers projects so that future development is planned responsibly and benefits our communities. We also encourage an advisory committee that includes labor representatives to help provide workforce input as these policies are developed. As we create good jobs, we must also maintain strong standards that protect our communities and quality of life. We look forward to working with the county to ensure these projects create quality jobs and long-term opportunities for Imperial County residents. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Michelle Hollinger with Victoria Homes. Again, I'm going to state that I am pro-development, but it has to be responsible development. I thought that I could come up and actually do this business-wise, but this is a joke. It's a joke. You guys are exposed. We've been telling you that for months, that the zoning hasn't been able to protect us, right? So, and I know that you're saying, oh, well, we started a resolution, and I have requested that, but this resolution is not 100%. I need your ducks in a row. That's the nicest way I can say it. You need to have a moratorium so that you can do that. So you can take the time and put 100% into protecting yourself and protecting the public. A job worth doing half is not, it's not going to cut it. I may suggest putting together a committee to having one of these colleagues of mine help you. I'm sure they'd do it for free.
We've been trying. I work for free.
Okay? Please, I urge you, do better. We deserve it. Thank you.
Anaí Arizia. Following Miss Anaí, Sheila Edwards.
Good morning, Board, Madam Chair.
My name is Anaya Riza. I'm the Policy and Community Researcher with Imperial Valley Equity and Justice. I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 18 regarding the resolution on data centers in Imperial County. While the resolution attempts to put some safeguards into place regarding the development of data centers, the resolution is still a far cry from the necessary protections our residents deserve. The resolution still allows for the development of data centers in the county-approved specific plans like the Mesquite Lake and more specifically the Lithium Valley specific area that is subject to approval by this board. The Lithium Valley specific area allows for data centers for up to 1.3 million square feet, larger than the proposed data center project in Imperial, to be permitted by right. Further, the LVSP and the PIR do not impose a limit for how many of those resource-consuming entities can be developed in the green industrial zone. The LVSP endeavors to impose limits on energy used, where the LVSP requires that data centers must be powered by an average of 30% or more renewable energy sources. This requirement is insufficient to meaningfully mitigate climate and air quality impacts, especially in a region that is overburdened, already experiencing high rates of respiratory illnesses and extreme heat vulnerability. Residents of Calipatria, residents of Imperial County, and in general do not deserve to be sacrificed to the rise of AI and emerging technologies. Our residents have repeatedly made it clear that data centers do not belong in Imperial County. Besides all other concerns that come from air pollution, energy and water consumption, these centers are not aligned with the producing of the amount of high-quality jobs that are so pivotal to this county. Listen to your residents. They have taken the time and energy. They have made enormous sacrifices to be here today to make you listen. Impose a moratorium at minimum on data centers. If not outright, ban them. Thank you. Yep.
Following Sheila Edwards, Flavio Grijalva.
Hello, my name is Sheila Edwards. I'm a resident of El Centro. I am here to urge you all to vote against this resolution and vote for a moratorium on data centers. We know it can be done, as evidenced by the councils of Calipat, Brawley, and Imperial that recently passed moratoriums for their cities. Back in April, many of us watched you all approve a lot merger 4-1. This essentially helped give the project legs to advance. A major concern is the zoning regulations in place. As it stands, they call for data centers to be approved by right, meaning approval without the evocation of CEQA, no environmental reviews or reports. Common sense and decency dictate that such reports and reviews be performed, as they are tools to gauge potential threats and harm that could negatively impact us residents and our environment. From what I've heard, from what many of us have heard today, this resolution is a farce. On the surface, it's presented as a resolution to generate protections from data centers, but when we delve deeper, it comes off as a ploy to pull the wool over our eyes while making it easier to expedite future data center projects. For months, we have been asking for transparency. It's disheartening to think that our hope and trust are being taken advantage of. Please don't let that be the case. Please hear our pleas. I implore you all to vote no on the resolution and yes on a moratorium. Thank you.
Following Mr. Grijalva, Reina Adame.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Flavio Grijalva, and I'm here as a resident of Imperial County today. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed large-scale data center near the residential neighborhoods or anywhere within the County of Imperial. This project has been advanced without addressing the serious concerns raised not only by residents, but by the City of Imperial itself, who started it. When the city, the jurisdiction directly impacted, formally opposes a project of this magnitude, the county has a responsibility to stop, evaluate, and respond. Moving forward without doing so is irresponsible governance and dismissive of the community you represent. A data center of this size brings major impacts that have not been adequately addressed. You've heard it already multiple times. First, the energy demand is enormous. Large data centers consume electricity equivalent to thousands of homes operating 24 hours a day, in a region already facing grid challenges. This project risks higher rates, grid instability, and increased reliance on fossil fuel generation, all of which directly affect Imperial Valley residents. Second, the water use is incompatible with our region. Data centers often require millions of gallons of water per year for cooling. In an arid valley where water security is a long-term concern, adding a new industrial-scale water user next to homes is not responsible planning. Third, diesel backup generators pose a real public health risk. These generators run not only during emergencies, but also during routine testing. Communities near similar facilities have reported increased noise, particulate pollution, and respiratory impacts. In a valley that already struggles with air quality, placing a diesel-intensive facility next to a neighborhood is unacceptable. Fourth, the noise and 24/7 operations will permanently change the character of the surrounding communities. Cooling systems, fans, and generator testing create constant noise and vibrations. Once built, these impacts cannot be undone. Fifth, the economic benefit to Imperial County is extremely limited. Data centers create very few permanent jobs and often receive substantial tax incentives. This means residents absorb the impact while most of the benefits leave the community. This pattern is not new. The board previously approved one of the largest solar farms in the Western Hemisphere, as well as the Ocotillo wind farms. Those projects brought limited jobs, minimal economic impact, and none of the energy generated goes to Imperial County residents. It is exported outside of the county. The data center continues that same pattern. Large industrial projects placed in our backyard with the benefits exported elsewhere. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to reject the sitting of data centers near residential areas or really anywhere in the county, fully address the city's concerns who are issuing moratoriums on this, require a comprehensive environmental and public health impact review, and explore alternative locations that do not place this burden.
Mr. Grijalva, your time is up.
Good morning, Board. Today, this community is demanding an outright ban of data centers because it is the only clear, definitive safeguard they have. However, I want to talk about safeguards, real safeguards, by suggesting we look at this proposed resolution through the lens of comparative politics. The cracks in our system will become obvious. In your drafted guidelines, you merely encourage microgrids and renewable energy integration. China, however, requires data centers to hit renewable targets and prove it year after year, tracked and forced 10% annual increasement of renewables for their old data centers. I heard something about 30% renewable, like encouragement. Well, new data centers in China demand 80% clean power from day one. This clearly shows the difference between a standard and a press release. Furthermore, China enforces absolute non-negotiable power usage effectiveness caps at 1.3 or lower. And a PUE is a way to determine how much waste is being used. So 1.3 means that 0.3 watts are wasted on overhead light cooling. So we have to monitor that. The developer Ruchi claims that the IVCM project is a top-of-the-line hyperscaler, so it should be subjected to top-of-the-line world standards with enforced transparency and binding targets, not mere promises. Your approach to noise in the 1,000-foot buffer zone is a localized Band-Aid. In China, there are no local NIMBY movements against data centers because a national plan mandates their geographic placement. Heavy resource-draining AI centers are forced out to remote western regions where renewable energy is generated, completely banned from being dropped next to residential neighborhoods, schools, or even agricultural farms. In America, it's complete market anarchy. Local governments are left in a feckless position, acting as agents of capital because the capitalist class of the country thinks everything is up for sale. Reality be damned. It doesn't matter that we live in a desert with a strained energy grid. It doesn't matter that we're already over-allocating water from the Colorado River. It doesn't matter that only one AI company right now is actually profitable, NVIDIA, the company making the AI computer chips, basically the company selling the shovels during the gold rush. And their own CEO, Jensen Huang, admits that China's energy capacity and streamlined construction process gives them competitive advantages in the AI race that we don't have. And isn't that what Ruchi says he wants? Streamlined, by right, no CEQA, no opposition. I would dismiss him, right? But you want to know why China actually streamlines their data centers? Because their projects go where the grid can handle them, right? Not where a speculator bought some cheap desert land next to neighborhoods. China's standards exist because they treat data centers as unique industrial infrastructure, requiring unique industrial oversight. We should too, but this resolution isn't oversight. It's a 45-day delay to say that you did something, right? While Ruchi keeps on grading. So we need you to raise your standards, reject the resolution, and do what the community is telling you. Ban AI data centers. Thank you.
Next, Lorena Menor. And following Ms. Menor, Tom DeBose.
I had good morning, but it's good afternoon. Lorena Minor Montes, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. First of all, I want to take the time to thank the working community, the working class of Imperial County, who continuously takes time off of their vacation to come in and speak at these meetings. It's not easy having to be here while most of them have to work. Thank you for that. Today I come before you to ask to place a moratorium on the data centers and not approve this resolution. I ask myself, why is it that the smallest incorporated city, Calipatria, is setting an example for the county and the rest of the cities? While the data centers can bring investment in some economic activity, it is still a what if. The concern is what if. I'm troubled that the public has not received clear information after 7 long months regarding the project's energy demand, water use, environmental impacts, emergency preparedness, and financial costs of supporting new infrastructure that will be added to the residents and to the employees. Before moving forward, I urge the county to require transparent impact studies, seek meaningful public participation, enforceable environment protections, and clear accountability measures in this project. Growth should not occur in the way this project is being done. I can tell you that I currently live in a development that for the last 20 years doesn't have a certificate of occupancy. Residents have been fighting the city for over 20 years for a second entrance. During the last storm, fire safety, people couldn't come in or out because it wasn't done responsibly. And that's just because we have one current entrance. It's simple as having a second entrance where I live. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the county to delay the approval of this resolution, continue to talk about a moratorium, and address the issues that the community has continued to bring. Thank you.
Following Mr. DeBose, Francis Biopi.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Tom DeBose. I'm here now to speak on the balance of the 180,000 people who live in Imperial County. Those who are dependent on new growth, new opportunities. I sat in a meeting yesterday where we were talking about the specific plan area around the new port of entry that had started in 1997 and hasn't really moved much until here very recently. And then very recently, we saw the opportunity of new development coming in with new industrial buildings for logistics and cross-border business. But then things beyond our control have slowed that down to a complete halt. So jobs, new revenue, new tax base, all of that is on hold beyond our control. We're hoping that that won't be permanent. We're hoping that we'll turn around here really soon. But those new construction jobs and new permanent jobs and new tax revenue for this county can get moving. Now, we also have other areas that are being planned for development. And your Lithium Valley, which this county and the state of California has spent a lot of money preparing for, will allow various uses that can be served by the energy that we generate here. Energy that we generate here, unfortunately, for somebody else's benefit, because it's sent out because we don't have those uses that are demanding that energy. Taking up an area that's currently in agriculture today, using water by the acre foot, that when that starts to convert, is going to take the water that we have there for ag and be able to use it with another reasonable and beneficial use for development, all creating jobs, all creating taxable revenue for the people of this county. When we talked yesterday, we talked about the needs of a fire station, fire service, essential services, services that I'm sure as you look at your budget, you can't fully fund today. And how do you expect to do that without new jobs and new revenue? I hear what you shouldn't do. I don't hear on what you can and could propose to do to benefit the rest of the folks in the Imperial Valley. We send 60% of the energy sold through the district to somewhere else in Coachella Valley. We send 20% or more of our water to somebody else to create those jobs and opportunity elsewhere. It's time that we create those opportunities here in the Imperial County. Thank you.
Following Francis, Julian Daniel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my name is Frances Piovi, and I'm a lifelong resident of Imperial County. I am here today to express my opposition on item 18 regarding data centers. Frankly, this resolution is not enough. What Imperial County needs is a moratorium on data center development until the full impacts of our community have been thoroughly studied and understood. Those of us who live here know the realities of Imperial County. Every summer, we endure weeks and often months of temperatures exceeding 100 degrees. During those extreme heat events, families, seniors, businesses depend on air conditioning simply to stay safe. Those conditions already place tremendous stress on our electrical grid. Now we are being asked to consider not one, but potentially multiple data centers, facilities known to consume enormous amounts of electricity and water. The question is simple. Where will those resources come, and who will bear the cost? And I can already see the coyotes circling Imperial County. Imperial County is an agricultural community. Our farmers feed this nation and support our local economy. Water is not an unlimited resource. We have already experienced drought conditions, ongoing certainty regarding water allocations, and increasing pressure from state and federal agencies over water rights and usage. The last thing we should be doing is opening the door to massive industrial facilities that could compete with agriculture and residents for critical resources. A resolution expressing concern is merely a statement. It does not protect our water. It does not protect our electrical infrastructure. It does not protect ratepayers. And it does not guarantee that future generations of Imperial County residents will have the resources they need. The coyotes are now licking their chops, wanting to have us for lunch. What we need is action. We need a moratorium that pauses any approvals until independent studies are completed regarding water consumption, electrical demand, environmental impacts, agricultural impacts, and long-term costs for our community. The people of Imperial County deserve transparency and a seat at the table before decisions of this magnitude are made. Once these facilities are approved and built, the consequences cannot easily be reversed. I urge this board to put the interests of Imperial County residents, farmers, and future generations first. Do not settle for a resolution. Adopt a moratorium and ensure the public has a meaningful voice to determine whether data centers belong in our county. Thank you.
Following Julian Daniel, Fabiola Moreno.
At the end of this speech, we're going to figure out who's listening. Remember that. The data centers are not coming here because the corporations care about the Imperial Valley. They're coming here because they have something we want. Our land, our water, our electricity, and our political leadership's willingness to say yeah. So big and beautiful, but you can't put it in Beverly Hills or Silicon Valley or anything like that, right? Because they don't want it there, that's why. Okay? We're being asked to dedicate enormous amounts of energy and water and while we have all these issues with our healthcare access and infrastructure needs and economic insecurity and stuff like that, that's not progress, that's extraction. We're being taken advantage of, and it's in front of our very eyes. Imperial Valley has been treated like an extraction zone for everything that we have, and we're supposed to just be quiet about it and let it give on up. Well, as everybody can explain, there's a lot of things that aren't going on right, and I'm not going to use my time to explain that because everybody else behind me can mention everything that's not being done right, and we'll just let them be the ones to dictate the future of that, okay? A philosopher once said that a true measure of society is their willingness to sacrifice everything around them. It's what are they willing to sacrifice? We're willing to sacrifice our water, our electricity, our everything we have for what? For the billionaires to become more efficient? That's not a vision, that's surrender. Stop gambling with our future, impose a moratorium, reject the project entirely, if you ask me, until someone can prove the benefits to our residents, outweigh the costs to our community, and explain everything. Because our children deserve more than promises, they deserve protection. Okay? Imari Nguyen Cariotis, the clerk's letter states that this resolution is intended to ensure transparency, responsible development, and protection of the county interest, document page 2. But when we read the fine print, it opposes the truth. The resolution quietly preserves by right approval for certain data centers. The guidelines explicitly state data centers facilities shall require discretionary reviews except within the county-approved scientific plan areas where such facilities and other expressly identified or determined by the county are substantially similar. So you got to make the glove fit so you can still slap us? Great. There's a massive loophole. It means that if the developer can argue that the project is substantially similar, they can still bypass CEQA and public hearings. Exactly what happened to 8 and Clark project, right? This resolution does not close a loophole, it codifies it. The resolution acknowledges that some data centers are already permitted by right and does nothing to stop it. The recite state, certain data center uses may be currently permitted by right and may not constitute discretionary projects for purposes of CEQA. Interesting. This is the county admitting the problem and they're choosing not to fix it. The problem is still there, but we're choosing not to fix it. We're making it fit so we can still kick people in the behind, okay? The board is being asked to adopt guidelines before analysis is complete. The resolution directs staff to return in 45 days with potential amendments. But Exhibit A, the guidelines, they're already attached for and ready for adoption. This is backwards, and you're going to be asked to approve a framework but before the analysis to inform that it even exists. So like I said, let's watch who's listening to the room. Everybody who's opposed to a data center who is listening, shake your head no. For me, everybody. Everybody who's for it, shake your head yeah. Notice how the board didn't do nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel. Following Fabiola Moreno, John Kim. Hi, everyone. My name is Fabiola Moreno, and I work with IBW 569, representing 3,700 union electricians across Imperial County and San Diego. We are hopeful that the county is now moving towards establishing safeguards and policy direction regarding data centers in Imperial County. This presents an opportunity to bring community members together for the purpose of prioritizing community needs, the environment, and establish the regulations and safety standards for data center development. The electricians that we represent will be the frontline workers on these projects and are lifelong residents of this community. So we are asking and wondering the same questions as others. How will we ensure that there is local hire provisions? How will ratepayers be protected? How is the county working with fire officials? How will we hold data center companies accountable and push them towards investing in our infrastructure and community? Though I do not know the exact answers to these questions, I do know that these sort of projects allow our members to enroll in our apprenticeship program, journey out, and earn livable wages where they can comfortably support their families. IBW 569 members have had to move to the Bay Area and out of state to work on several projects, including data centers. Our members have been and will continue to be trained on how to safely install and build these projects. Still, and I want to emphasize this, we do need to create a space where we can address the concerns that we have been hearing over the last 7 months. And I want to conclude with this. I do believe, like I said before, that this is an opportunity to bring firefighters, labor, nonprofits, community members, the North and Calexico, cities in between, and others to work together. I believe that if we're on the same page and speaking the same language and answering the questions that have been asked over this past time, we will get to regulations that actually serve the people of Imperial County. Thank you. Mr. Kim? Following Mr. Kim, Ernie Acosta.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jung Kim. Today, when I see the, actually a few days ago, when I see the agenda, a meeting for today, and then the election day, we're going to have a meeting. And then somebody informed me to item number 18 they want to approve today's meeting. So I was questioning myself, why they have to be presented election day? Maybe they they're afraid to lose the council supervisor, so they cannot go to the project. What is going on here? I felt like all the today, some listening, and then I found it, our supervisor doesn't have any interest, know all the details. They just go through. But I found some supervisors' face that their face is turning to the more darker complex, which is that person going to have the issues on the blood circulations. They better be think about it, but before they decide this one. And then I see that these movements, and I said, last time I said, the investigations. And today, I'm going to use it, the word, as these movements, mafia-grade movements. And you guys are supposed to know how to protect us. And so some gentleman said, you guys, some of you guys have a problem with what's called the compensation. Yes, that's true. So I have here a sentence: the government of the people, by the people, for the people. They change it, say government of the supervisor, by the supervisor, for the supervisor. That's why we are here today. Do we have the same page? Or our supervisor has a different study, different English? Maybe not English. And I believe if we don't stop this one, if we fail to stop this one, we're not failing today. Not only failing today, we are failing our children's future in here. Yes. And the young ones, they
Mr.
are out
Kim,
of town.
your time is up.
The Imperial County is going to be
Mr. Kim, your time is up.
just solar panel and some people, not many people living in here. Thank you.
Following Mr. Acosta, Hector Mesa.
All right, since we do not have a maximum on this part of the agenda. Good afternoon, members of the board. Today I want to talk to you about numbers, because numbers don't care about politics, numbers don't care about opinions, numbers don't care about excuses. Numbers tell the truth, and numbers are simple. Every speaker is given 3 minutes. If 200 people walk through that door and exercise the right to speak, that's 600 minutes of public testimony. 600 minutes equals 10 hours. 10 hours that this board will spend listening to the people it's elected to represent. Think about it for a moment. 200 represents showing up is not an accident. It is not a coincidence. It is not a small group of people making noise. It is a community sending a message. It means that people have taken time off of work. They've arranged childcare. They've driven here. They put aside their personal responsibilities because they believe this issue is important enough to stand before you and be heard. And when 200 people show up, the math changes, the conversation changes, the political reality changes, because numbers don't lie. You can disagree with one person. You can dismiss 10 people. You can overlook 20 people. But when hundreds of residents stand in line to speak, that's not a complaint anymore. That's a movement. That's public participation. That's democracy in action. And if it takes 10 hours for every voice to be heard, then so be it, because the people of this county deserve to be heard. The public is not here for convenience. The public is not here to fit neatly into a schedule. The public is here because these decisions affect their families, their jobs, their future, their community. So if 200 people show up, then this board will hear 200 people, not because we're asking for permission, not because we're seeking a favor, but because public participation is right. The numbers are clear. 200 people, 3 minutes each, 10 hours. Numbers don't lie. And those numbers will show exactly how strongly this community feels about the decisions being made in this room. I want to mention something. This building belongs to us. Those computers that you guys are using belong to us. This podium, that podium, these mics belong to us. And by me saying us, I'm saying we, the people. Thank you.
Following Mr. Mesa, Shelby Trim.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Hector Mesa. Thanks for the community for raising your voices. That's how stuff changes. New efficient development happens because of it. For example, direct-to-chip liquid cooling is near zero water consumption, and closed-loop systems, which use little to no water, are now starting to be used on new data centers. Thanks to the supervisor for bringing language that sets some rules. I don't agree with total bans, but again, thanks for raising your voices. I like some of the language but it still needs some teeth. I like that it puts the burden on the developer. Have them pay for our grid, have them pay for studies, have them pay for anything that we need in order to have their development done. Work should be done responsibly. At the state level, IBW is working with legislation to protect the communities. Sorry. Also, I like the idea of building an advisory committee built by community with all aspects from the county, from cities, residents, public safety like firefighters, police, environmental, labor, basically everybody represented in a committee. Maybe they could come up with an ordinance, ideas for an ordinance. I don't approve to total bans, but yes to responsible development. Thank you.
Following Shelby Trim, Michael Antonio Morales.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Price, Honorable Board of Supervisors. For the record, my name is Shelby Trim. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition of Labor, Ag, and Business, otherwise known as COLAB. COLAB represents around 200 businesses here in the Imperial Valley. We're a pretty diverse group, ranging from farmers to construction companies to labor unions. Again, very diverse group. I've received many calls from my membership, even just this morning alone, very upset that they aren't able to be here today to voice their support. So happy to speak on their behalf today. I'm here in support of Agenda Item 18 and the board's effort to establish guidelines for future data center development in Imperial County. We believe this is the right approach. It demonstrates that the board has spent considerable time evaluating this issue, listening to all public comments, and thoughtfully considering both the opportunities and concerns associated with data center development. Rather than reacting to individual projects as they arise, the county is creating a framework that provides transparency, consistency, and accountability moving forward. The development of these guidelines also sends a positive signal to businesses and investors that Imperial County remains open to responsible economic development. Imperial County has a unique opportunity to attract investment and create jobs by utilizing the energy resources that already exist here. I'm confident that these projects will strengthen our economy and help support essential public services. I also want to commend the board for choosing a proactive planning approach rather than pursuing a moratorium. Establishing clear expectations allows the county to address community concerns while continuing to welcome responsible investment and job creation. COLAB looks forward to participating in this process and working with all stakeholders to ensure that these guidelines reflect the best interest of Imperial County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Following Mr. Morales, Bernadette Mata.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board. This data resolution, as a board have decided to approve, does nothing but a self-serving gesture. to stroke your ego and your conscience. It does nothing to address the concerns of citizens of Imperial County. Eliminate by rights. The language in the resolution states approval except for those in county approval specific area plans. This resolution begins by indicating it is a guide with the intent of supplementing ordinances, zoning regulations, and specific area plans. This statement is a joke. Seeing how you as a board direct, develop, and improve all of these to serve your personal interests. Buffer requirements, at least 1,000 feet. This does nothing to protect residential homes and schools from fire, explosions, and chemical spills. If you had any concern for the community, you would propose a 3 to 5 mile radius buffer zone at minimum. Water consumption disclosure. The language states, applicant shall provide transparent documentation of water consumption. There has been nothing transparent since the start of this entire process, and this resolution is supposed to make the citizens of Imperial County be okay with this resolution. This entire resolution is not worth the paper it's written on. And I want to be perfectly clear that what I'm about to say, I take no pleasure in saying it, but it has to be said. This resolution is shameful. It is a disgrace. It's offensive and disrespectful. It's as if each one and every one of you just spat on our face while giving us the middle finger. How's that? That's how egregious this resolution is. But it's not surprising. It speaks of the character of this board. It highlights this board's willingness to sell off our resources, our health, and our existence of this Imperial Valley to the highest bidder for personal enrichment. You all took an oath to administer and lead this county in the best interests of all, not just a selected few. But the actions of this board doesn't reflect the best interest of your constituents. This board has lost the trust of the residents of Imperial County and has lost the ability to lead. This is a prime example of why term limits are necessary and an oversight committee is needed. You, as a board, have one last opportunity to make things
Mr.
right.
Morales, your time is up.
Approve
Mr. Morales.
a moratorium. Thank you.
Good morning, well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the time and for listening to us. This is longer than I expected. I'm here today because of her, and I don't mean to be cheesy or cliche, but I messaged a few of my other mom friends last night and said, are you coming? And they said, no, we can't work babysitting. And when she woke up today, she said, the data center meeting. You want to say something?
So, the data center is not going to help with anything. So, it is going to make people sick for a long time. So, we need to be certain about not building it. No one can build the data center. So, we need to not build it.
A few months ago, she had a mole on her head. It's fine, but I told her, Mamita, whenever you see anything on your body, you need to go to a doctor and get it checked out and keep an eye on it. And it's the same with this. When you see something wrong, you need to go to the authorities and talk to them about it. We are here because we love Imperial Valley. We love it so much. And we want to see a future, a bright future here for the Valley. We have so much potential. And really, we have everything on our end to make this a wonderful place. Please don't plague it with data centers. This is not good for us. Don't plague it with that. You can do so much with development. And I really look forward to seeing you change your mind, protect your people, and you've benefited from the valley. So have I. Protect it. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Timothy Kelly. Next, Timothy Kelly, following Mark Muehliner.
Madam Chair, Honorable Board, Timothy Kelly, Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation. Organization represents over 100 businesses here in the Imperial County with thousands of employees. As I've said before, we have researched data centers and have been trying to attract them to the Imperial County for many years. I have one question for you. You don't have to answer. How many of you have visited a data center? I know one of you have. I have. There's a lot of experts in this building about data centers. The question is, what do they really know? Because a lot of the information that continually is said here at this in this building is misinformation. How many times have we told you that the backup generators are going to be natural gas, not diesel, and yet it's heard today? How many times have we told that there's 160,000 acres that were left in the Colorado River, that there's 25,000 acre feet that's set aside for industry and only 22,000 that's still available? You notice everybody says all of a sudden farmers are the good guys. The only group not opposing data centers in Imperial County are farmers, because they know that the use of water is very small amount compared to what they use. But the output is 10 times the amount, which is going to pay for the roads and the infrastructure for them to be able to farm. Those are the things that are misinformation that's out there. And I think we need to put the facts over fear. When we started this discussion, then there were people that were in the vicinity of a data center to be considered, and I can understand their concerns. And over time, many of them have understood that maybe it's not such a bad thing, but they still don't want a data center in front of your house. Neither would you. I wouldn't. But I didn't buy a house next to an industrial park, did I? And so therefore, but the conversation we're having today is no data centers in the Imperial County. It doesn't matter if it's 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, or 100 miles. They don't care. We all use data centers. We all use AI. And we're paying for it. And others are benefiting. One of the other misnomers is that there'd be no benefit to Imperial County. The taxes, this one data center that's been considered will be the largest taxpayer in the Imperial County. The largest. Not the least, the largest. And so I think when you take all those things into consideration, what you're discussing today, a lot of those safeguards are already in place in the CEQA document. I know you've all read this. Are there additional safeguards that need put in place? Yes. But I think that if you go through that list and you look at the CEQA document, you look at what already is being required, it already addresses those things. So you will have further discussion about this, and I support what you're doing, and I support
Mr.
that
Kelly,
moving
your time
forward.
is up.
Thank you very much.
Your taxes.
Your taxes will be here.
Whoa!
Order. Okay, that's enough.
Good afternoon, supervisors, Madam Chair, Vice Chair. I'm coming from a different position here. I'm coming from a position of somebody who has been in the audience disagreeing with certain policy. 3 years ago, we started on a policy, or we started on a relationship together trying to get to a policy, and it took 3 years to get there. And it took building trust, and it took the communication. It took to recognizing that we're not going to get everything we want, because the ordinance that we got approved 3 weeks ago was not everything we wanted as the State Building Construction Trades Council. The local building trades and the state building trades represents people. We don't represent developers. We don't represent contractors. We represent people. And the people that we represent have good lives and make good livings. And as a person that I believe has built a trust, in a position of trust with this council over the last 3 years with a previous executor, a previous couple board supervisors, and the community, because our members are in the community. The local building trades, 569, the laborers local has brick and mortar in the community. Everybody wants to see this community succeed. A moratorium is not an answer. A moratorium is a response. And what we're hoping for at the state building trades and the local building trades, we're hoping to work with the supervisors, with the local. We would love to have an ad hoc committee created that we can actually work with. I want to get to know the people here that are so passionate, that have been here, because I've been coming for 3 years, and the passion that I see here, I have the same passion for workers. Have some respect. And I want people to make good livings and have jobs. And the thing about this is the ordinance that got passed 3 weeks ago has local hire, skilled and trained, prevailing wage. It has the best of anywhere in California or the country. The resolution is a start. It's a good start. I don't know that the labor standards, I can't tell you that we agree with the labor standards. I can tell you that the labor standards, those similar standards were presented to us several years ago, probably 2 years ago. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that what happened in the last 40 years with the current and existing facilities that are here do not get away with what they've done 40 years ago. So going forward, if we could just work together, if the supervisors could put labor with the local nonprofits, with the advocacy groups, put us together, the state building trades will come up with facts. We will come up with data. In Inyo Kern, Google Inyo Kern Data Center, 40 acre feet a year of water. Your local super mega store uses 25.
Mr. Mueller, your time is up.
Thank you.
Let me just remind the audience, please be respectful of speakers. Thank you.
Can speakers be respectful of us too?
Yeah. Carolina Paez. Following Carolina, Thomas Olivas.
Like, talk to them too. It's not just us.
Mr. Scurries, thank you.
Thank you. There's always one way around here, you know?
Hi, good afternoon, Board Supervisor. My name is Carolina Paez. This is the third time I have appeared before you to offer my public comments. Today, I'm speaking regarding item 18. Several cities in the Imperial Valley have voted for a moratorium on data centers from several months to years. I do not understand why you are not listening to your community. 45 days is a mockery to us, the very people you represent. I have heard people who do not live in Imperial Valley claim that we have sufficient water to sustain this industry. However, the reality experienced by those for us who actually live here is quite different. There may indeed be water available, but we cannot afford to pay for it. My question then is this: if I cannot afford to pay for it now, what will become of me and my family if you continue? Or rather support this plan instead of halting them? Yesterday, I learned that you not only have plans to build a data center right in my backyard in Victoria Ranch, but another one as well. Why do you proceed with these plans? Why won't you listen to your citizens? Please, listen to us. Just a few months ago, I didn't know who you are. I didn't even know this place. And now I stand before you for the third time, asking you to hear us. My name is Carolina Paez from Victoria Ranch. If I know your name now, please remember my name. I say no to data center. Thank you.
Chairwoman. Tomas Olivas is our last speaker.
Madam Chair, members, earlier a person mentioned of what today is, and I just certainly, before I dive into my comments, just ask that you listen to my comments as a resident, because the consequences of whatever you decide to do, I certainly will live with. So I just ask that. When it comes to this resolution, as any law, you look at it through the spirit of the law and the letter of it. I will say that I could see where some benefit and some gratitude is given for the spirit behind this resolution, because it at least shows some level of intent. And I hope that that intent is to provide some sense of protection for the residents. However, the next part, the letter of the law, I have some criticisms of what this resolution is. I believe this resolution doesn't go far enough. I believe this resolution doesn't require CEQA for these projects, which is the bare minimum. This resolution doesn't bring any additional protection that any resident can expect to walk out of here to have. So I am humbly asking that you please consider a ban on data centers in Imperial County. If I even wanted to compromise on that stance, which I don't, it would at least be a moratorium so that you could provide that protection to residents while you tighten up this resolution. That would at least convey to all of us that you're listening to the concerns, that you acknowledge that there's some detriment and some harm that could come on before your residents. Citizens of Imperial County or anywhere in Southern California or California as a whole should not have to choose between revenue and clean air or water. And I feel that in this entire discussion, that has been where we have been told to decide. We should not have to choose between this concept of jobs and our children's quality of life. Accepting a ban or a moratorium does not prevent you from going out and seeking industry and bringing in jobs that do not put us at risk. And so I would just ask, please do not make us feel like that is the choice that we have to make. So I ask you now to just ask yourself a question. As you sit there, whom do you serve? Because certainly what you do from this point out will convey that answer to us. Whether you're serving the residents, the voters that put you there, whether you're serving your donors, or whether you're serving labor that are looking for the jobs potentials specifically in data centers, whether you're beholden to special interests or the people. So I ask you to ask yourself that question as you deliberate. Thank you.
That was our last speaker for public comment?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, returning back to item number 18 and to the dais. I just have some comments as we talk about this item. And there were several comments that were made today in terms of timing and different aspects of the resolution and the guidelines that we'll be able to answer some of those here today, and some we will not. That's going to have to come back to us. But I'm very proud that we have been listening, we have been learning through these months, which for myself, I learned about this project the day before Thanksgiving, November of 2025. And it came hot and fast, not really understanding everything that was going on with this project being somewhere else for the previous 11 months. So with that being said, we proposed some guidelines. We've been listening. Guidelines that we felt that would protect our community, but also considered, responsible development. Thank you for all the emails. We received quite a number of them, both in support and in opposition. And I feel that these guidelines do address those concerns. Granted, there is still some work to be done, and we know that. And you brought that to our attention today as well, and I know that you see it too. You know, we've had several meetings, we've had some workshops, we've considered those comments, and your time. So these guidelines really are for staff to take a look at and use as they review our ordinances, which includes proximity. If you flip the page on the attachment, it does have an item there that addresses the distance. On the following page, it does say additional setbacks may be required based on project-specific characteristics. And we know that there are some smaller data centers out there right in the residential area. So this is to cover, we have to consider smaller scale to larger scale in these guidelines and ordinances. And there's been some comments made about us benefiting from this project, and we all shared that in one of our last meetings, but none of us have benefited financially from this current development, proposed development off of Ayton Road. Just want to make that statement. But, in listening to all the comments today and over the past months, I would like to propose a work group or work groups, and you've mentioned that here today. One with labor, and you brought it up today, including public safety and nonprofits, looking into local hires that organize labor and public safety issues. You could include other nonprofits in there, and then also a community group. I know that we have talked about this. Now's the time that if we have a community group that we can pull together with many of you folks that have been coming to these meetings, and even do a fact-finding assignment, which includes a field trip to a data center. Or data centers, excuse me. And bring that back and incorporate it into a report for us, okay? That the Board of Supervisors can review and that our staff can review and integrate into our guidelines and ordinances. So I know that the other supervisors have some comments to make, and we'll have discussion up here, but those are just comments that I wanted to make and to suggest these different community work groups as we move forward. Thank you. Next, from the dais, we have Supervisor Escobar.
Thank you, Chair. I've said this before and I'll repeat myself because there's a lot of misconceptions out there. 1 acre foot of water is 325,000 gallons of water. The ID is privy to 3.1 million acre feet. Currently, it's a lot less because of different transfers and agreements, but it's still in the neighborhood of 2.4 million acre feet. Water is not an issue. We as a collective group, residents, Mr. Scurries, I'm sure you're going to like where I end up on this though. Chillax. I'm sure you will. We need to understand that water consumed by the whole of Imperial County constitutes less than 3% of the overall water that we utilize. Over 97% is utilized in farming. And yes, we are a farming community. But how many millionaires or how many people making a above middle class living work in farming besides the owner? We need to diversify. I said this time and time again. If we don't diversify, you're wrong. I apologize, but you're wrong. And if you vote me out, you vote me out. But you are wrong.
What? We didn't say anything.
We need to diversify our economy.
Not what it is.
Power. We currently have 500 megawatts of power, of geothermal power, for well over 40 years in Imperial County. We have over 2,500 megawatts of power that have been untapped. What do data centers need? They need power. What do we have plethora of? Power. Solar industry, because that was mentioned. We got hosed in the solar industry. We had 1 year, maybe a year and a half of great jobs, and that was it.
So repeat it again. What's new now?
What did we do as a Board of Supervisors 24 months ago? We created a tax because California wasn't helping us out. So we created a tax, $600 per acre per year on ag land and $450 per acre per year on arid land. That is something we took as an initiative at the local level to try to supplement our fiscal needs. So there's a lot of issues out there that we're not fully aware of. As an elected official, we have the responsibility to listen to our entire community, not one sector, not one area, not the city of Calexico, but the entire Imperial County footprint.
Whoever has the most money.
And at the end of the day, it's important that we listen to all. We listen to people that are pro-business, we listen to people that are pro-community, but something that binds us all is healthcare. Do we have healthcare in Imperial County that suffices our needs? We look at our fiscal issues because we talked about fiscal. Somebody mentioned fiscal. Anybody that understands the financial statement can understand that we are operating on fumes. Our employees can tell you, based on their raises and the issues associated with cost of living, how a lot of these individuals that work for the County of Imperial are living day to day. So at the end of the day, we really need to focus on something that is meaningful for as many members, because we're not going to appease everybody. That's a black and white. To appease as many people as we can possibly appease. The elephant in the room is not developing a data center in Imperial County. The elephant in the room is where we are developing a data center in Imperial County and what steps are being utilized to develop a data center in Imperial County. I was not privy to the guidelines. They were worked on by other supervisors. I was privy to the resolution. And I fully agree that the resolution is weak. So my proposal is as follows, and I would want that brought back in 2 weeks so that we can take a more affirmative action related to data center development in Imperial County. We need to specifically build a 6-month moratorium on data centers to be able to fully digest how and where we want these data centers developed. We need specific delineations related to residential, churches, basically places of mass gatherings that we currently don't have. I disagree politely, respectfully, that 1,000 feet is not the minimum. It might be a starting point, but 1,000 feet is roughly 1/5 of a mile. 10,000 feet is roughly 2 miles. We need to really focus on what and how we are protecting our community. We need to, and I wrote them down because I didn't want to forget them. We need to eliminate by right. By right is going to get us in more and more trouble. If we focus on a regular approval process for developing data centers down the road, we avoid a lot of the issues. And obviously, by avoiding by right, we create participation or a requirement for responsible development under the California Environmental Quality Act, or as everybody calls it, CEQA. I support, and I think this is mentioned before, an ad hoc committee. And I wrote down individuals who would build an ad hoc committee or would be part of an ad hoc committee so that within the 6-month moratorium, we could build specific guidelines that have teeth that are able to be provided both to our community and to developers so that we can move forward. Healthcare needs to be included. Education, nonprofit, public health, experts in the energy field, expert in the water field, labor, and obviously emergency services because of the potential hazards that this may create. Last but not least, we also have to create a carve-out on Lithium Valley, that 51-acre site in northern Imperial County. Why? Because we're already working on an environmental report and a specific plan related to development in that area. This is basically for the whole of Imperial County so that we can effectively look at the development of data centers down the road. If we decide not to do it, we decide not to do it. But as a responsible elected official, we need to look at every avenue of revenue and fiscal resources that we have. But we need to do it prudently. We need to look at it in an educated way. I'm not a data center expert. Most of the people, if not every person in this room, is not a data center expert. But we need the advice and the counseling of people that may be in their specific field, such as education, such as healthcare. That is my proposal. That is what I'm willing to fully support. The resolution is weak. This creates a specific timeline for us to be fully engaged, for us to fully present something to this community that is both meaningful, that has specific protections, and that also allows for future development in our county.
Will this be retroactive?
Thank you, Supervisor Escobar. Supervisor Cardenas Singh.
So let me be very clear. I want to share with you, I am the one that wrote this resolution. So let me explain to you the process behind this. Since we've been having workshops that have been taking place and we have been hearing from our constituents and the concerns that have taken place here in our community, I started becoming very active in many of the meetings that take place here. I started attending our environmental evaluation committees that take place so that I could see how a project that has to be approved through the CEQA process, all the individuals that sit on this dais and all the questions that are asked when a project has to go through the CEQA process. I have been attending those meetings to be very clear about the questions and what mitigations would be recommended from that point. In addition to that, I've been attending our Planning Commission meetings. And one of the items that was concerning to me is I went ahead and I attended the meeting that took place. Let's see, this took place on May the 13th of 2026. And at the Planning Commission, what was heard was specifically to approve an update to the CEQA regulation guidelines for implementation of CEQA as amended and approve CEQA findings and exemptions. Made it very important. The moment I saw that, I thought, I need to make sure that I attend this meeting. What was concerning to me is that this was the county's first adopted its CEQA regulations on May 1st of 1979 pursuant, and then it gives you the CEQA quote. And then in addition to that, it says here on the document, the county's local CEQA procedures were last updated in April 4th of 2017. This item is what was heard at the Planning Commission. It was approved and it will eventually be coming to us. This is what and why I started working towards a resolution, because having a vote, a no vote on April 7th meeting is only half of the job that needs to be done. The other half is to make sure that whatever needed to be done to ensure and move forward, whether it's the current project or any other project that comes through our county, goes through an environmental process. That was the purpose and the meaning behind the resolution. To be very clear on the resolution, maybe I didn't get it 100% right. But what I can share with you is that I stood here on the dais and I shared with you on May the 19th that I had been working on a resolution that I would be bringing forth to be able to be heard. At the same time, Chairwoman Price also worked on specific guidelines. All right, that's what was being worked on, that was shared. In response to my colleagues, to be fair, we were dark last week. That is why I didn't have the agenda item placed last week. Elections have nothing to do with this process. I didn't specifically ask to have it placed on June the 2nd because of elections. Because guess what? Elections will come and go. What matters here is that we're placing protections. The reason I worked on this resolution is because I wanted to make sure that we had safeguards. I have been to school board meetings, El Central school board meetings. I've even attended with several of you to school board meetings to make sure that these discussions are taking place. School board trustees have also shared that they're concerned about the specific project. I am an educator. I cannot look at anyone in the eyes and say that I've seen a document that could ensure the safety of students should there be an electrical fire. Whether that's an evacuation plan that a school would be able to evacuate 500 students at one time to ensure their safety, I can't be able to tell any student or any family without me having that documentation. So know that this was my first attempt at putting a resolution because I wanted to make sure that whatever mistakes took place in the past were no longer going to take place moving forward. And that was the reason for resolution. Did I get it right and perfect? No, I didn't. But I will tell you that the spirit of making sure that there was a resolution, and what was most concerning to me is that no project be approved by right. That was my primary focus. So yes, I worked on a resolution with the hopes and the impact that would take place as that we move towards an ordinance. In order to do that, you have a resolution, you give direction to staff, it comes back, and then we start working on a public hearing that allows everyone to be able to come in public hearing to be able to share their voice and their concerns from all constituents. And then from that point, it would come to the dais, and the dais would then decide if that ordinance would be adopted or not. So that is the reasoning behind it. I will share with you, there is no Brown Act violation. There are only two supervisors that can work on one document at one time. Anything above that becomes a serial meeting. I will tell you that I worked on this resolution with another supervisor, so I did not get to see the guidelines. I never even seen them until all of you saw them, and that was on Friday. And the reason that the resolution and the guidelines were put together, to me they're two separate things, they were merged together, is because there were similarities. Now, I have feedback on the guidelines. I read them for the first time on Friday. I have my own notes and my own concerns, just like I'm sure my colleagues have great concerns, and we've also heard from the public about the resolution. I am completely open to making those adjustments that need to take place with the resolution, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure that this project, any project moving forward, goes through the CEQA process, because I have a responsibility to ensure that when I vote on any item, that I have data and information before me. As far as the guidelines that have been provided, I would like to give direction that we have an industry expert, someone who is an expert on data centers that can come back and give us the recommendations on what would be required and how they could align with CEQA and to ensure that we mitigate any of those issues. So I don't apologize for trying to put a project forward, and I don't apologize for at least not sitting here idle and taking an opportunity. I'm willing and able to pivot, recalibrate, whatever it may be, but we need to make sure that we protect the safety of our constituents. So please know that you've been heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. I support the comments of Supervisor Cardenas saying is, you know, what you don't understand as being the public is that we do have constraints. So the item that is on the agenda today, we do not get to debate or discuss as a group until we are here as a board. So today, having a conversation about these guidelines and about the resolution, that happens now. We can't have that meeting last week. We can't have that meeting 2 weeks ago. So understand that I was hoping that we would have more of a robust conversation about what is appropriate in those guidelines, and maybe we can still get there. And as was mentioned from some of the speakers and also from some of the supervisors, is that an ad hoc committee, as the chair has brought forward, that works on some of these items that have been listed and maybe some additional items, giving them more foundation. I know that I'm looking at, like, for battery storage, concern about fire. I've learned about other battery systems, graphene systems. They don't catch fire. They don't need cooling, and they're 100% biodegradable. So there are other things that we still need to learn, and maybe visiting a location with this ad hoc would be a benefit as well. I do want to say, though, and to share with what Supervisor Escobar just kind of highlighted, is about the constraints of Imperial County. So yes, we do love the farming and agricultural tradition of Imperial County, and we don't want to see it jeopardized, because it does provide food on our table. But I want to share with you about some of the industry that we have in this valley. So the cattle industry, that's feedlots, One World Beef. It uses about 875,000 acre-feet of water every year. That's acre-feet. The sugar industry, which we don't have anymore, was 28,000 acres plus Spreckles. It used 100,000 acre-feet a year. Citrus, 49,000 acre-feet a year. Vegetable crops, 360,000. That includes melons. Energy, that would be geothermal, solar, and wind combined. Uses 18,400 acre-feet per year. Retail, the mall, any of the commercial businesses, about 6,000 acre-feet a year. Manufacturing and mining in Imperial County, about 1,500 acre-feet a year. Healthcare uses about 1,550 acre-feet a year. The government sector, state, federal, local, special districts, school districts, 18,500 acre-feet a year. So put that into, how much does that bring back into, say, the county government or the special districts, school districts, or the cities? The cattle industry pays $2.2 million in annual property tax. That's feedlots and the beef plant. We lost the sugar industry, so that's $549,000 of property tax. It's gone. Forage crops, alfalfa, Bermuda, Sudan, pays $12,830,000 in property tax per year. But let me jump to the bigger one. The biggest property tax payer in Imperial County is the energy industry. It's $17,460,000 per year. That's not all to the county. The county gets 18% of every dollar. The rest of it goes to the school districts, the hospital districts, the special assessment districts. So there's a formula that breaks down of how taxes are distributed. Healthcare sector pays zero. There's 9,150 people working in healthcare in this valley. And the healthcare either the hospitals, the clinics that are in federal programs, zero. Government sector, federal, state, local, special districts, Imperial Irrigation District, pay zero. They all have exemptions. If you ever wondered, the federal government, they are the largest landowner in Imperial County. If they had to pay the real property tax, it would be $51 million a year. But they don't. They have an exemption, and we only receive $3.8 million in what's called PILT, payment in lieu of taxes. And we have to fight to get that every single year. The state of California, if they were all of their properties in Imperial County, they would pay $21,500,000 a year in real property tax. They pay zero. They used to have a PILT, but in 2015 they changed the law. They said the law in the California Fish and Wildlife Code, they changed it to shall make payment to may make payment, and they have not paid us since. Imperial Irrigation District is also exempt. $46,980,000 a year would be the real property tax for Imperial Irrigation District. Imperial Irrigation District pays us zero. They have a special projects fund, so they bought 42,000 acres of land when they bought the Western Lands, the Bass Brothers. And instead of paying property tax on those 42,000 acres, they put it in a special fund of $68,000 a year that they distribute to 15 school districts. So I'm sharing this is because these are the constraints of the Imperial County experiences.
I think you forgot one, Mr. Kelly. I think the detention center also zero in property tax.
Zero. I don't think it's zero, but you're correct that it does have an exemption and a waiver to reduce, but it's not zero.
Sorry for interrupting.
So I would share with you this. It certainly doesn't add up to $51 million of lost revenue a year. And as you can see, we have the responsibility of having sheriffs, fire, roads. We get those demands, and I'm sure maybe some in the audience are making those demands, that why isn't my street getting paved? Well, why are the hours of service not open on this day? Or why do you only have this amount of people stationed at this location? It's because the constraints are getting tighter. They are not getting better. 54% of our workforce works in the public sector, government and healthcare. 54%. So what Mr. Escobar is alluding to is that we do need to have something else. And I'm not telling you that data center is the answer. I'm not telling you that any other tech industry is the answer. But I'll give you this. For property tax per acre, alfalfa pays $15.60. And a tech, either a cathode, a data center, or a mineral recovery, would pay $20,800 an acre. That would mean that we would be able to have more deputies, more firefighters, and more streets getting paved.
At what cost?
At the cost of 160 acres of alfalfa on very bad ground could be used. It creates 1,000 acre-feet of water, and a data center or a mineral recovery plant would use less than that allotment.
You're talking singular use rather than acknowledging all the people that are getting tax exemption are providing a service to this county.
It does,
The tech industry is
Ma'am.
not going to be providing a service to this county.
man, I'm not getting into a debate. I'm still giving you more information.
Miss Idell, Miss Idell, please.
Here-
Well,
Listen, you guys, anyway, the trust is not
we
here.
are trying to give you information.
He's been
okay?
talking for a while now
Yes,
about taxes
yes,
coming in.
thank
and
you,
not
thank
getting
you. We
Here.
had public comment. Okay.
Stop. I'm going to give you some more. You are about to.
Look, I've got things to do. I
then-
don't know about you guys, but I really do. Could we cut to the chase?
$150 a year on your property tax is going to be coming on a ballot in November. And it's coming from the Imperial Valley Healthcare District. Are you all ready for every parcel, another $150 a year? That has nothing to do, with guidelines in discussion, nor a resolution. It doesn't have anything, it is coming down the pipe. So everybody is getting squeezed more and more. It's not just this government, it is the households of this county.
Yeah.
And you are asking us to be more and more responsive and to be providing greater service. And I am trying to tell you that the constraints of where those revenues are coming from are not there. So, I'll end it with that.
What are you asking of us? So you had 12 years, 16 years to figure it out, and you haven't done it.
We have,
We got to move on.
okay, we have another speaker, please. Our comment from Supervisor Hawk. Thank you, Supervisor Kelly.
How about if we make this short? Okay, is that good? So let me just say that Susan Paradis made a good comment today. She said, you and I are not data center experts. I don't claim to be one, and I appreciate her honesty. Michelle Hollinger made a comment that she was a business person, and I appreciate that too, because I am. And I can just tell you that as a business person in agriculture, agriculture has taken a deep downturn. Commodity prices are low. It's a struggle right now. And so I think what a lot of the comments are here today is that though agriculture has been the backbone of our economy for many years, it can't continue to be. I mean, we're in a tech age. We're in an age where we need more industry investing in our country, in our county. I'm excited about the progress that has been made up to this point for Lithium Valley. The fact that outside interests would invest in our county, that could be huge for us. But, I don't think we have all the answers. I know I don't. I'm not sitting here saying that I know everything. There are a lot of mitigations to a data center, and we don't have the answers. In my opinion, I would like to see an expert come in that would be neutral, come in and say, hey, listen, you're going to have this issue that's positive, this issue that's negative. I would welcome that. From the point of labor, I would say I would be in favor of an ad hoc committee that would have labor and those of you that are advocating against the data center. I would love to have you sit down and work through issues like that, but not through yelling and screaming, not through being the loudest voice, not allowing someone else not to speak. We've got to allow people to speak and to hear their point of view. So that would be my my contribution. And I appreciate the comments from the board. We don't all agree on everything. But I think when you look at the facts and figures and you look at what really generates income in our county, you're going to see that we can all probably learn a lot. So with that, I would say, again, I'm in favor of an ad hoc committee, and I would like to see it. I don't know if we could bring it back in 2 weeks, but I think within a month to 6 weeks, we could bring something back that we could really look at if people were interested in going and visiting a data center in another state or whatever it is. I think we could work together on that. So I'm going to close my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hawk.
I do have a question.
So I'm going to bring this back to the this is at the dais. And several things have been discussed here today. Not necessarily fits in with our request or our fact sheet and/or our resolution. So in our board item, we have asked that the staff to take this information, both the resolution and the guidelines, and come back in 45 days with information that helps make the guidelines enforceable, which is related to the ordinances. So before us, I don't know if the motion would be to approve or the requested action is discussion and action regarding the adoption of the resolution relating to data centers in Imperial County.
Chair,
Yes.
before you take the vote on the existing resolution and the guidelines, I think we need to look at the resolution as presented and bring it back with more teeth, and then review from the resolution, depending on what the resolution states, specific guidelines and potentially the creation of an ad hoc committee to be able to further the potential action of an ordinance down the road. And that's why I also recommended a moratorium of 6 months to give us time to be able to fully figure this out.
So I have a question for council. Can we state, we can give an amount of days, right, to come bring this information back, which now we've included from the discussions today and the public comments, adding ad hoc committees. So
Yes.
we might need longer than 45 days is my point.
You can change that date, how many days. The original resolution, the purpose of coming back in 45 days was related to potential ordinance amendments. But as you add additional ideas, you can shorten or lengthen that time and add on additional items.
I think we need to work on the resolution. I wouldn't support a vote at this moment in time for the resolution or the guidelines. I think we need a lot more information, a lot more teeth on the resolution to be able to work on specific guidelines that become ordinances within the county of Imperial. So my suggestion to this board and to county council and our CEO is to bring back this item in 2 weeks so that we can vote on a potential resolution, move that forward, and making a binding issue within the county of Imperial.
Within 2 weeks?
Could I ask Mr. Escobar, do you think we could have something in 2 weeks?
I don't think a resolution is that hard to create. I think the guidelines is a living document. I think the resolution is something that we can definitely discuss. We will be dark next week, but we can definitely discuss it in 2 weeks. If additional changes are needed, we do additional changes, but I don't think we should put it on the back burner for 2 to 3 months. I think it's something we need to act on now. And that will set the framework for guidelines that become ordinances that we move forward upon in a much more effective and efficient manner. So I do think it's something we need to respond to ASAP.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not trying to extend what we're trying to do here. So I understand you a little better then. You're just asking that we come back and include these other items that we discussed today, which include an ad hoc committee, which include that to be included in the resolution.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments?
I have a comment.
Okay. Supervisor Hawk?
Mr. Chairman, I think that 2 weeks would not be adequate. I think, especially in the fact that we're traveling next week, I would like to see it extended to at least a month to have something concrete. And I realize did you make a motion or is that?
No, that was a recommendation.
A recommendation. But I would try to maybe amend the recommendation to.
So why don't we go, neither you nor me, let's go 3 weeks. We're dark next week and then we go.
We'll be dark the third week.
We'll be dark the third week.
No, will we be here? Everyone will be back.
If we're looking at June 23rd, we will have a meeting on June 23rd.
I'd go for that.
Supervisor Kelly?
Yeah, I wanted to highlight some, Mr. Daniel made the comment that this, we're being exploited for data centers in Imperial Valley. So currently, there are 2 data centers that are fully approved in Santa Clara County that do not have power. They were fully permitted, but PG&E cannot deliver power. There's another thing, I know in the past, Mr. Rodriguez, you brought up about heat center or heat cluster. So there was a study that was done, it's called the Cambridge study, and it has not been peer reviewed, but its findings were showing a 3-degree increase of Fahrenheit within 1,000 feet. And this is air-cooled data centers. So they did not have water. So you make a choice between power or water and cooling. And they're choosing, it's a cluster of data centers in Pima County. And
No, that's a whole different kind of data center. CPU, hold on.
it is an air-cooled, it is
2
an,
different things.
and so that's the Cambridge study that I believe was being referenced. And so it has not been peer reviewed, but that was in some comments that have come up in the past.
Yeah.
And then I also wanted to touch on Supervisor or Chair Price mentioned, you know, our process is that a resolution would lead to these guidance documents moving towards incorporation in the general plan. So our debate and discussion about what are those rules would be codified in the general plan and by ordinance. Anything that would, how these items are being discussed would actually change county code across the board.
But hopefully they change for the better to protect the citizens and not for developers to come in here and, you know, power stations every
Okay. So, any other comments? I see you on here, John, Ms. Rock. Okay, all right, thank you.
Am I being ignored?
Okay,
or am
all
I
right. Supervisor Cardenas-Singh?
Yes. Just for County Council, if you could please, it seems as though we need clarity on governance, on the governance process and how we go from creating an ordinance and so forth. So can we give a general time frame, or at least the frame in which an item goes from resolution to an ordinance, and maybe that would provide some clarity?
Sure. So the initial thought was in reviewing the guidelines, in order to make them enforceable, as Supervisor Kelly mentioned, you have to look at amending ordinance and general plan. So the idea here was to give staff direction to start that process. So if you amend Title IX, it needs to first go to the Planning Commission, and then it goes to the board for approval. With where we are today, and putting this out 3 weeks for a new resolution, that's to add some additional items. For instance, an ad hoc committee. Presumably that ad hoc committee could come up with other ideas, and so those would have to then be incorporated into a future ordinance if they're approved. So the process is resolution giving direction, ultimately going to the Planning Commission, and lastly to the Board of Supervisors. But here, if we're putting it out a few weeks to amend the resolution, to add a few other items, that's just another step that will ultimately lead to that process again.
Just to be clear, Chair, some of the issues that I brought up were a 6-month moratorium, obviously the ad hoc committee, obviously delineations with residential churches and schools, et cetera, et cetera. So those should all be part of a future resolution for us to be able to vote upon, and the carve out with Lithium Valley. So I think the idea here is to have a more robust resolution to be able to further follow the specific guidelines that at the end of the day will become part of our general plan as voted upon by this board.
Right, and, you know, having an ad hoc committee, and I'm not saying, and I don't want anyone to misunderstand this, it's not saying that we're gonna form an ad hoc committee and have answers in 3 weeks. We're gonna form the ad hoc committees. It's gonna be a process for them to, you know, look at our guidelines, look at our ordinances, and then return back with a report, you know, and the community committee, however we want to do this. I was thinking 2 different ad hoc committees, one with labor, public safety, it could be business owners, nonprofits, and then the other one, the community. You know, field trips to data centers. And this is all the things that I was envisioning that these ad hocs would do to provide. We want their feedback. We want them to actually go out. We want an industry expert also to participate in this process. So it's not to mislead anyone. We're not trying to make things happen in 3 weeks. We're just trying to formulate different groups that can provide and participate in the process.
I think that's why it's important that we include a 6-month pause to be able to accomplish that. And I think that's what needs to happen. So that's why it is essential that that resolution come back to us so that we can vote upon it and give guidance specifically to the ad hoc committee to bring back the necessary recommendations for us to, again, build it, vote on it, and build it into our general plan, as Supervisor Kelly suggested. So I think we need more teeth on the resolution to be able to empower these ad hocs to be able to fully encompass what we're trying to do, bring it back to us for us to engage, vote upon it, and move forward.
Any other comments?
David Kelly, Cancer ad hoc. 6 months of my life wasted, and now you guys come up with a brilliant idea.
Please. All right, so, yes.
If I may, Chair, my direction is not entirely clear. I'm hearing about, in 3 weeks, a resolution, but I'm also hearing in 3 weeks an ad hoc. If I could ask for more clear direction, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, and that's just what I'm trying to clarify here. So it looks like due to us being dark next week, that we are going to take 3 weeks to come back with a resolution that includes an ad hoc committee within the resolution and an amount of time that we're going to need to review all of our information and or whatever time it takes to work with these ad hoc committees before it comes back to the board.
And the moratorium, and obviously the potential for carving out Lithium Valley, and the carve out of a by right development, as well as the delineation, separation of schools and residential areas, which is already part of the guidelines as well. Yeah. But we want to include it as part of the resolution as well.
You don't want to just, why couldn't you just refer to the guidelines?
Because guidelines are inefficient, a resolution would be. And it would provide clear direction to the ad hoc committee and to staff as far as where we're moving forward from. And that's why a 6-month pause would give us enough time to accomplish everything that we want to do.
Mr. Hawk?
I'm not in favor of a moratorium at this point. I think we need to move forward with our ad hoc, that we move forward with what the ideas, what the resolution could be shaped like, and then we look exactly at where we want to go as a board.
And just for clarification on a moratorium, because we can set dates, right? We can extend the time that we're working on this. I just
so
considering unintended consequences, and I mean, we're trying to achieve guidelines and ordinances that we are, so that we are able to enforce these guidelines. I just want to be clear that.
One point I do want to make with a moratorium, that's an urgency ordinance. It's not something that you can add into a resolution. So, and as that's approved initially, it's for 45 days, and it's reviewed at 45 days, and depending on the method you use, you can either extend it to round out a year or 2 years. Those are the two primary ways. So if there were board direction, that would be a separate document, an ordinance, and wouldn't be within the resolution that we're amending.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Kelly?
So I know that council and executive are both looking for direction. So we have asked for the resolution to return in 3 weeks, that an ad hoc committee be established. I would ask that the chair and vice chair help the executive officer establish these ad hoc representation. And I know that Supervisor Escobar has made the request on a moratorium. If it's necessary in 3 weeks' time, a 45-day moratorium or whatever's requested with support of another board member, that happen. But I would want to have those items together in conversation. I encourage anybody that's in attendance or listening that the guideline pieces, that was hopefully for discussion and debate today. So the items that are there that talked about storage or scrubbers on natural gas, natural gas generators, setback. We spent a lot of time talking about the past, and we didn't do a lot of talking about the future. And it's also a question for council, how any action taken at this moment applies to the current application. And so we should have that answer as well in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I submitted to.
Okay, Supervisor Singh?
Read my
Cardenas Singh?
So just for county council, if I may, in the in the resolution that we're going to be working on, could we go back and have it retroactive, or would it only be face forwarding? Or would that be determined once we start moving towards an ordinance? Because that's a question that we've been hearing a lot in the audience, so I just want to be able to get just some direction, or at least try to answer that question.
So the question is, any potential amendments to our ordinances, could they be retroactive? Is that the question?
Yes, in the forming and the adoption of an ordinance that would take place, can it go back to something that is retroactive by right, or CEQA, that bypass CEQA or by right?
So in general, there are certain things a developer can do as they start their project that vests rights in the ordinances as they are written. That's project specific. If that doesn't happen, if you change ordinances, you can make them applicable to current projects that are in the pipeline if you use explicit language stating the intent to do so. Failure to have that language means it would not apply.
All right, and I have one other question or just comment. My original resolution had a moratorium written in it. I still stand behind that. I'll tell you, I feel very uneasy in hearing that it will take 3 weeks for a resolution. From there would be a formation of us having ad hoc committees who then are going to meet. So we're talking a time frame that could be anywhere from 3 to 4 months. We did get notified, and we were informed. We heard it through the public. I received a phone call that there is the potential of another data center that is taking place, or at least that there's an application in the process. And for that, that's why I'm asking about the specifics and the timeline. Again, it was written in my document for a moratorium to be reviewed, and I would like that to be considered because we have other projects that are on the forefront that could be coming before us for a data center, and we're still working. I think the two could work parallel.
So now I think we're just on 2 weeks versus 3 weeks. Right? If I understand that correctly. Yep.
For myself, I can have the documents ready in 2 weeks if that's the board's direction.
So we have a week to pull an ad hoc committee together, or it would just be stated in the resolution?
I think we're talking about
Something
two
that
separate matters altogether. One is a moratorium, and one is building an ad hoc committee with specific bullet points as far as guidelines that we would want to discuss and give them as far as marching orders to move forward
I'm
and bring
referring to
those
the
back to us.
resolution. Yeah, so. Okay, so resolution, in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, that's what I was referring to.
Well, if we're going to separate them, I would prefer ASAP. So that would be 2 weeks because we're dark next week. If we want to bring them together, then we talked about 3 weeks. Martha obviously mentioned, and I mentioned as well, we need to move forward as soon as possible. Although I do understand that we will be out for a week. So at the end of the day, I mean, 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we just need it brought back. And whether we vote in favor of a moratorium or against a moratorium, that's each and every person's vote. We just need to bring this back as a complete agenda item that can be fully discussed so that we can move forward.
Absolutely, I agree.
So, Chair, my comment would be very simply that if we're gone all next week, I don't think we'd be prepared in 2 weeks for this. I won't be. But in 3 weeks, I think we would at least have time. We'd have a week to sit down and work this through. That's my point. Because we leave Sunday morning, and we won't be back till the end of the week. It's our annual Washington, D.C. trip. So.
Sure.
Yes.
Has anybody had lunch? No?
I would like a question answered, please.
So I'm going to suggest that at the next regularly scheduled meeting, these items come back, both items, and that at that time we'll be able to have a discussion. And I know that Supervisor Hawk, I mean, the items that were on today's agenda, they're available, and presumably we'll be able to have the time to read the information prior to the next meeting.
Can we not have it during working hours?
Okay, so let's take a stab at this. So we're going to return back in 3 weeks with a resolution. 2 weeks, okay, all right. Okay.
What,
We're gonna
is
be-
it 3 weeks or 2?
She's saying 2 weeks.
So we're going to get back and have no time to work on anything.
Is that a motion?
What's that?
So the motion would be that we return in 2 weeks.
Is it just direction, Chair?
Yes, actually, yes, we should just give direction, huh? Because it's separate items, yeah.
Chair, perhaps, if I may, my understanding of the direction is that to come back in 2 weeks with two separate documents. The first one is this resolution amended to direct staff to continue to review options as well as form an ad hoc committee to study this issue more. And we can discuss at that date what the appropriate time to return the ad hoc's recommendations to return to the board would be. And then separately, a proposed urgency ordinance, which is the moratorium. And that there's two options for that. I assume the desired option would be immediate implementation with the 45-day public hearing put out there. And both those can be ready as a one agenda item in 2 weeks' time.
County Council, if I could just enter this into the record, which was stated in my original resolution that I wrote, whereas the Board of Supervisors further desires to evaluate whether, while it considers and reviews potential land use and zoning amendments, a temporary moratorium pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 may be necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. And that's what I would like on the item to be discussed in 2 weeks.
Chair, question?
Yes.
So I'm a little confused. So we as an elected board do not have the authority to authorize a temporary moratorium on a specific issue or item or development or industry. I mean, you can pick whatever word you want. So we do not have that authority?
You do. The proper method is through an urgency ordinance, and that's the code section you've heard repeated numerous times. The reference in the resolution, and there's really two pathways for it. You can do an immediate urgency ordinance and then set it for a public hearing 45 days, or you can set it out initially for a public hearing. The resolution language that Supervisor Cardenas-Singh referenced was directing staff to set up a public hearing, but that can also be set for in 2 weeks' time.
So there is a quicker mechanism to do it and not wait the 45 days?
Correct. You can have it take effect immediately, but then you need a public hearing in 45 days to extend it to round out a year.
Understood. Thank you.
So County Council, may I ask one other question just to be clear? From what I understand in Government Code Section 65858, there's two options. A, it could be immediate, and B, it could be reviewed and then a public hearing would take place in 45 days. Those are the two options?
So under so yes, but subsection A is you have an urgency ordinance before you. You vote on it. It requires a 4/5 vote. It goes into effect immediately. You come back in 45 days with a noticed public hearing to extend it to round out a year. The other option is to set the public hearing to start off with, and so that's about 2 to 3 weeks out. And then you vote on it then. You still come back in 45 days to review it. Both of them are initially only 45 days long, but with that method, you can round it out to extend for 2 full years.
What's important to me, at least, colleagues, is that the public have the opportunity to come to a hearing and have that opportunity to express. And the hearing would take place where anyone and everyone has that opportunity to go on record and state, what their concerns are or their support. I think we need to be well balanced, and we need to hear from all constituents on the moratorium. So that was my initial thought behind why it was important to have a public hearing.
Chair, quick question to the Vice Chair, since it was your resolution. Is this something that you want to wait 45 days to do, or do you want to do that, the immediate impact?
So if I were to ask for an immediate, walk me through the 2 steps so that we're very clear. I want to make sure that all of us, since it does impact the way that we deliver services.
So if you wanted the method that went into effect sooner, that would mean in 2 weeks' time, on June 16th, you would have an urgency ordinance before you that would implement that temporary prohibition moratorium. And then 45 days after that, or right before that, we'd have to notice a public hearing. So that takes you to the end of July. And that's noticed in the newspaper. And at that time, you can consider extending the temporary prohibition for a full year. So it'd go to June 2027. The benefit of noticing it in the beginning, which takes, again, 10 to 20 days, is it takes that many days longer, and you could go to a public hearing, vote on it. You have to come back in 45 days. But at the end of those 45 days, when you come back, you can extend it to 2 years, which would take you to 2028.
Colleagues, my option then, hearing everything that's been shared, most importantly, the potential of other data centers coming in with us, not having safeguards in place, not having a resolution in place, would then to be considered for an urgency item.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't quite hear, Jeff, your final comment there. You said that it would be in place for 2 years. Did you?
Yeah. Potentially, it depends on the method in which you go about this. The code section in question provides 2 different pathways. So the pathway that Supervisor Cardenas-Singh referenced, which is to go, if approved, would go into effect immediately in 2 weeks' time. That would last for 45 days with the potential to extend it out 1 year. There's a separate pathway that provides for a longer period of time, but it takes longer to get to that hearing.
And just for clarity, the moratorium really is to give us a pause, pump the brakes, and give us an opportunity to have the ad hoc committees work together, get information from industry, from the ad hoc committees, and so forth, and to safeguard should any other project come into our county, that we're very clear about what those safeguards are, and that every project would go through a CEQA process.
Chair, Vice Chair, just a clarifying question. Is it 1 year or is it up to 1 year? Where we have the authority as a board to say we're good to go in 9 months, we're good to go in 7 months? Do we have that authority?
You do.
Thank you.
For clarification, it wouldn't have to be the 12 months. If we're ready to go sooner than that.
Correct. I would assume it would occur where you took final action on ordinance amendments and at that same time then rescind the temporary prohibition.
All right. Okay. So that's direction? We can give direction?
I believe I understand the direction from the board.
Can you restate that so everybody's clear?
Sure. So the direction, as I understand it, is to return to the board on June 16th with 2 items. The first one is an amended resolution, and that resolution will call for the creation of an ad hoc committee to continue studying land use amendments to the county code and general plan related to data centers. And then separately, a moratorium, an urgency ordinance to go into effect immediately for consideration, and then setting the 45-day hearing out.
All right. No other comments from the board? Direction given. Thank you. I'm going to refer back to the clerk of the board. I believe we're on item 19. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. Item 19, consideration of urgency items.
None, Madam Chair.
20, discussion. Items pulled for discussion.
None, Chair.
All right. Completed item 21, our public hearing.
We do have.
We are holding a meeting. If you would, please. You can have your conversations outside the boardroom. Thank you. Item number 22, reports, correspondence, announcements of officers.
Have none at this time, Chair.
Okay. All right, with that said, we're going to reconvene to closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. The Board of Supervisors met today in closed session to discuss those items listed in section or item 5 of today's meeting agenda. No final action was taken. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook. It is 4:12 p.m. Meeting adjourned.